everyone, and welcome back to the second day of Archi-Talk 5th edition. So today we are going to start by the Archi-Talk team giving us a welcome and the different installations for today. Then we will have a presentation of the foundation of Jacques Rougerie, followed by the third panel by Lenka Petrakova, talking about the 8th continent, how could architecture support the environment. Then we will have, still in the third panel, Martin Pretorius, talking about simplicity meets resilience. We will continue with a roundtable about the space architecture built on Earth, given by Samer El Sarari. Then we'll have a break at 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. We'll follow the panel number 4 by Alejandro Quinto, talking about data to inform human and community decision making. We will follow with Simplicity Meets Resilience Part 2, still by Martin Pretorius. Then we will have the Rooted and Smart Design as a starting point towards religion by our founder of Chorus Architecture, Cedric Chaban. We will then have the final and the closing ceremonies with the different speeches that's going to follow there. Thank you once more for being there today on the second day of Archi-Talk.
Good morning to everyone, and welcome once again today, and thanks for being present. So, as a junior ambassador of Jacques Rougerie Foundation, I'm eager to have you, and happy to see many people in the hall today, and many others connected online. So, Jacques Rougerie Foundation will be presented through a video, and you can follow it till the end on YouTube on the Jacques Rougerie Foundation channels. Today we'll be featuring many Jacques Rougerie Foundation ambassadors like Mushtaba, Martin Pretorius, Lenka Petrakova, and Dr. Samer. So it's a focus day. We'll talk also about cultural and environmentally sustainable patterns. So enjoy the presentation, and we'll follow up by the talk from Lenka Petrakova.
Depuis toujours, je rêve du monde sous-marin et de l'espace. Cette passion, je veux la transmettre aux jeunes architectes et artistes. Pour célébrer en 2020 le 10e anniversaire des prix internationaux de la Fondation, j'ai choisi de donner à cette promotion le nom de Jules Verne. Il disait « Tout ce qu'un homme est capable d'imaginer, d'autres hommes seront capables de le réaliser ». À travers les projets architecturaux et artistiques de cette jeune génération venue du monde entier, en réinvitant la nature dans nos vies, le biomimétisme, fil conducteur de ce concours, est une promesse extraordinaire pour bâtir les mondes résilients de demain. Pour cela, il faut impérativement oser. Cette génération multiculturelle le fait avec un formidable enthousiasme. Elle porte en elle les gènes du rêve. Elle crée et se surpasse. Je suis particulièrement fier d'elle et aussi du rayonnement international de la Fondation, de son rôle reconnu de passeur d'idées, de sa capacité à porter un message d'espoir, à susciter des vocations et à découvrir les inventeurs de demain à travers notre planète.
Permettez-moi tout d'abord de saluer mon ami Jacques Rougerie, car sans lui, cette fondation, qui va fêter ses 10 ans en 2020, n'existerait pas. Il a créé cette fondation pour qu'il puisse croiser toutes ses passions. L'architecture, bien sûr, puisque c'est à ce titre d'ailleurs qu'il a été élu à l'Académie des Beaux-Arts en 2008, mais aussi l'urbanisme, le design, l'habitat, l'espace, la mer surtout, et l'océanographie, et tout ce qui concerne la biodiversité. Grâce à cette fondation, ce sont des dizaines d'architectes, d'ingénieurs, de designers venus du monde entier qui soumettent chaque année des projets incroyablement imaginatifs et audacieux. En candidatant pour les prix que remet la Fondation, ils envisagent la préservation de la planète par le biais d'innovations, et je leur adresse donc toutes mes chaleureuses félicitations. Les présidents des divers jurys, que je remercie pour leur investissement, vous en diront plus sur le sujet dans quelques instants. J'ai hâte, évidemment, mesdames et messieurs, de vous accueillir à nouveau à l'Institut de France dans le courant de l'année 2021, qui, je l'espère, verra le retour à la normale, et nous pourrons alors honorer dignement les lauréats, mais je leur dis d'ores et déjà, bravo.
Chers amis jeunes architectes, bonjour. Vous avez choisi la troisième dimension comme théâtre de vos futures créations. Vous êtes conscients des limites inexorables auxquelles feront face les prochaines générations. La Fondation Jacques Rougerie vous offre d'appliquer vos talents et votre ferveur à l'avenir de l'humanité. Créer les habitats du futur dans ce monde nouveau, en constante effervescence, est le choix que vous avez fait. Je vous en remercie personnellement et je vous félicite et vous souhaite beaucoup de succès. Bon vent à vous et surtout, bon courage à tous. À bientôt.
Il est de tradition que le président, des présidents, des différents jurys, soit un académicien de l'Académie des Beaux-Arts. J'ai l'honneur d'être celui qui, cette année, pour la promotion Jules Verne, a été choisi comme le président. C'est un honneur, mais c'est aussi une joie parce que je découvre beaucoup d'enthousiasme. Et je dois dire que du côté de l'espace, avec Claudie Aignoret, qui a présidé le jury de l'espace, du côté de la mer, avec Francis Rambert, qui a présidé le jury de la mer, et du côté de Justin Ahanzo, qui a présidé le jury de la montée des océans, j'ai pu découvrir des projets, des enthousiasmes et surtout des visions. Ces visions, Jacques Rougerie les a énoncées il y a longtemps. Elles étaient futuristes. Aujourd'hui, je n'oserais pas dire qu'elles sont domestiques, mais ces visions aujourd'hui se rapprochent de nous, elles se rapprochent de notre quotidien, elles nous enthousiasment, et l'avenir de notre planète est bien dans la mer, lié à la mer, mais aussi évidemment lié à l'espace. On pense à la Lune, mais d'autres déjà construisent sur Mars. Donc il y a bien autour de ce mouvement, qui est un mouvement qu'on pourrait qualifier d'utopique, eh bien, il y a bien des réflexions profondes, philosophiques, qui sont liées à l'Anthropocène et qui nous permettent de dire que les architectes du monde entier sont enthousiastes, motivés, ont une imagination débordante pour préfigurer la planète de demain en protégeant celle d'aujourd'hui.
Puisqu'un concours, c'est un espoir, un champ ouvert sans limite aucune pour explorer de nouvelles dimensions de l'architecture. Les propositions émanant de 5 continents et pas uniquement des pays dotés de littoraux maritimes confirment cette vision prospective. Il s'agit d'une immersion dans un futur proche. Il y a un réel appétit pour le futur. Futur et non futurisme, car nous ne sommes pas là dans la sphère de l'avant-garde, mais bien dans le monde du projet avec ce que cela comporte de dimension sociétale et spatiale. Autant dire que cela n'a rien de la science-fiction. Et si quelqu'un y voyait la trace d'une utopie, c'est en tout cas tout le contraire d'une dystopie, car l'enjeu est de replacer l'homme au cœur de l'univers des océans pour s'en nourrir et les préserver. En fait, les jeunes équipes engagées dans ce concours opèrent dans le sillage du pionnier Jacques Rougerie, qui lui-même, sur les traces de Paul Mémon et de Kenzo Tanguay, proposait en 1973 d'habiter la mer. Mais quel défi! C'était la même année que le premier choc pétrolier qui ébranla l'économie mondiale et poussa les architectes à réfléchir autrement. Jacques Rougerie, dont le travail d'expérimentation est entré depuis dans les collections du Centre Pompidou, est un insatiable explorateur avec des palmes et un tuba. Dessiner les contours d'un monde où l'on vit en osmose avec l'eau, c'est son dessein depuis toujours. Aujourd'hui, il fait naturellement le lien entre la mer et l'espace. La fondation qu'il a créée invite à poursuivre ce rêve, une dimension onirique qui prend la forme d'un idéal de vie. Nous sommes faits de l'étoffe de nos rêves, disait Shakespeare. Plus qu'un palmarès, c'est une invitation à la recherche. Depuis 10 ans, ce concours nous offre un panorama sur l'innovation. À chaque fois, les limites sont poussées un peu plus loin. Car la mer se révèle aussi une intarissable source d'architecture. Non seulement elle crée ses habitats organiques au fond des océans, mais elle suscite des créations à l'infini. Et si le biomorphisme est un invité permanent dans ce nouveau paysage architectural, c'est bien dans la logique des choses. Par ailleurs, nombre de candidats, dans une démarche éco-responsable, cela va sans dire, s'attachent chaque année à lutter contre la pollution dans leurs projets, avaler les plastiques, les digérer notamment. Ils imaginent déjà les chercheurs, les scientifiques, les médecins habiter et travailler dans leurs structures, souvent immergées. Il est important de souligner que ce prix international renforce l'architecte dans sa capacité à inventer le programme, à être force de proposition à l'heure des grandes transitions. Plus qu'un appel d'idées, c'est un appel d'air.
Je souhaite tout d'abord exprimer ma profonde reconnaissance aux membres du jury et de la Fondation Rougerie pour cette récompense. C'est avec un immense honneur que je reçois aujourd'hui le prix Focus, le village sous la mer 2020 et ainsi contribuer au développement du monde de demain. J'adresse également tous mes remerciements aux personnes qui m'ont épaulé dans cette démarche. L'Immentalia est née d'une volonté de faire de l'environnement sous-marin une condition inhérente au programme et au projet. Quelle différence existe-t-il entre l'environnement terrestre et l'environnement sous-marin? Ce projet est l'expression d'une de ces différences, la pression, ou plutôt la surpression. Conjuguer une réflexion sur l'océan comme potentiel thérapeutique, cela m'a amené à imaginer ce système sur le principe d'un caisson hyperbare en se servant de l'immense force de l'eau pour offrir un cadre de soins agréable et spacieux aux patients. Mais ces réflexions n'auraient pas pu se formaliser sans les initiatives de la Fondation Rougerie. C'est pourquoi je remercie encore une fois les membres du jury et de la Fondation sans qui toute cette organisation ne pourrait pas exister. Merci à tous.
admired for many years, the boldness, innovation, and architecture creation that is so readable across the carefully selected laureates of the Jacques Rougerie Foundation. Therefore, it's my utmost pleasure that my work, The Eighth Continent, received the Grand Prix Award for Architecture Innovation of the Sea. I am honored to be considered as part of the generation eager to meet the significant environmental challenges, and I will never stop dreaming about the better world we can create together. As just was said, anything one man can imagine, another man can make real. Today is time to imagine a cleaner, environmentally more sustainable future and ways to achieve it with technological and architectural creations. I hope the ocean research and cleaning facility will once float in the ocean, restore the balance of the marine environment, and create the interdisciplinary platform to fight against the delusion that we cannot hurt the marine environment by our action on shore. Thank you.
Fasciné par l'ingéniosité et la poésie de l'œuvre de Jacques Rougerie, notamment ses travaux précurseurs sur les maisons sous-marines, j'ai imaginé en 2017 Biolume Reef, un récif habité éco-vertueux. Inspiré d'une éponge et d'une coquille d'oursin, ce projet ambitionne de reconnecter l'homme à son environnement originel, la mer. Biolume Reef a reçu le prix coup de cœur de la Fondation Jacques Rougerie Institut de France, promotion Louis Vicat. Grâce à l'accompagnement de la Fondation Jacques Rougerie et du groupe Vicat, nous avons pu concevoir et imprimer en béton 3D Bâti-Reef, un colonisateur artificiel qui sera immergé par 2500 mètres de fond en Méditerranée. Il nous permettra de mieux comprendre le milieu marin profond, ainsi qu'un phénomène biologique fascinant, la bioluminescence. Ainsi, je tiens à remercier très chaleureusement la Fondation Jacques Rougerie Institut de France de nous encourager à être audacieux et de nous aider très concrètement dans la réalisation de nos rêves.
À travers ce prix, le focus sur le littoral africain, nous avons eu le privilège de voir des projets qui parlent de la restitution du mangrove à travers le biomimétisme et la construction d'habitats innovants du XXIe siècle. Donc, pour vous dire que le projet ne se limite pas seulement à ce qui peut se faire aujourd'hui ou dans l'immédiat, mais plutôt des projets visionnaires. Et tout cela apporte de la réflexion, tout cela apporte de l'anticipation, tout cela apporte des solutions exceptionnelles de la part des jeunes qui représentent plus de 170 pays aujourd'hui. Et nous pensons, en notre qualité du président du jury du prix de la montée du niveau des océans et de l'architecture, nous pensons que c'est une initiative qu'il faut soutenir, c'est une initiative qu'il faut encourager, et surtout les jeunes que Jacques Rougerie considère comme l'avenir de l'humanité. Et avec souhaitons à tous ces jeunes qui ont pu participer de continuer à travailler dur, à soutenir le projet, parce que l'avenir leur appartient.
Firstly, I would like to thank the judges and the Jacques Rougerie Foundation for the competition and the recognition they gave me in return. To receive an award from an organization that consists of remarkable individuals all striving to better our future is truly inspiring. Through my architectural concept I entered into the competition, I aimed to create a concept to better the community in Keta in Ghana. So with the rising sea levels in Africa, Ghana is amongst the worst affected countries. Coastal erosion contributing salination contaminating farmlands, while rising temperatures triggered the migration of fish stock, affecting the livelihoods of farmers and fishermen, coupled with the electricity demand that exceeds the supply. Floating Lotus aims to provide a solution for the mentioned concerns. Current movement is captured through an anchoring system generating electricity in tandem with photovoltaic roof cells, while farming, fishing, and housing facilities are included in the structure.
Bonsoir à tous, c'est tout d'abord un immense plaisir de pouvoir être avec vous ce soir. Avec Felipe Ruiz, nous sommes honorés de recevoir ce prix. Nous souhaitons dire un immense merci à la Fondation Jacques Rougerie, au jury et à toutes les personnes impliquées de près ou de loin à cet événement. Je remercie personnellement ma famille, mes amis et mon coéquipier Felipe qui ont rendu tout cela possible. Le projet a surgi pendant le confinement lorsqu'on réfléchissait sur le changement climatique. Nous trouvions que les solutions actuelles étaient souvent froides et brutales, sans penser à la population qui habite le lieu. En réponse à cette absence, nous avons utilisé nos connaissances en architecture, en ingénierie, mais aussi notre regard sur la nature pour concevoir Rising with the Ocean. Il s'agit d'un système de structures flottantes attachées à des fondations en forme de mangrove qui empêchent l'érosion et s'adaptent progressivement au changement climatique tout en préservant la communauté. Encore une fois, on est très heureux de voir participer à ce concours et remercie celles et ceux ayant contribué à mettre en avant ce genre d'initiative.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Coralie Brival et avec mon coéquipier Martin Garcia, nous avons été lauréats du prix de la Fondation Jacques Rougerie sur la montée des océans, focus sur le littoral africain en 2019. Cette année, j'ai eu l'immense honneur de participer au jury de la promotion 2020 sur cette même thématique. Le concours de la Fondation Jacques Rougerie, c'est une expérience très enrichissante et ô combien nécessaire, je pense, pour construire le monde de demain. Les thématiques abordées sur l'espace, l'eau ou encore la montée des océans nous poussent vraiment à réfléchir sur notre vie, l'habitat et l'environnement que nous aurons dans le futur. Mon expérience auprès de Jacques, mais également en travaillant avec les différents membres du jury, m'ont permis vraiment de me conforter sur mes choix professionnels et sur l'idée de développer des projets multidisciplinaires sur l'adaptation au changement climatique et principalement sur les littoraux. Je suis maintenant convaincue que l'éveil de notre génération se fera, et il se fait déjà d'ailleurs, à travers l'innovation et le design, deux principes clés qui sont défendus dans ce concours de la Fondation Jacques Rougerie. Je veux déjà féliciter tous les participants de la promotion 2020 parce qu'ils nous ont fait rêver à travers les propositions qu'ils nous ont envoyées.
Le concours Architecture-Espace de la Fondation Jacques Rougerie stimule l'émergence de concepts architecturaux visionnaires de la part d'équipes internationales. En se projetant dans des territoires encore peu explorés, ces jeunes architectes élaborent des possibles inspirants, dans une démarche soutenable, bio-inspirée, où l'humain garde le contrôle. Conscient des enjeux majeurs face auxquels notre humanité sur sa planète Terre doit se mobiliser. Changement climatique, gestion de ressources finies, démographie, ces bâtisseurs de demain renouvellent leur regard en habitant l'ailleurs, dans la banlieue terrestre, la Lune et même l'espace lointain. La diversité des projets interpelle notre imagination, nous sensibilise à de nouveaux paradigmes en confrontant le poids de la finitude aux infinis potentiels des nouveaux horizons. Que ces jeunes talents nous poussent à bâtir et habiter un monde plus désirable.
First of all, let me take a moment to thank Jacques Rogeri Foundation for helping me to take a step in achieving my dream to be among the first generation of architects who will help humanity to survive outside planet Earth. Every year, I keep preparing for the competition through learning, researching, and experimenting more and more in space architecture with the motive to win the annual competition held by the foundation. Today, after 6 years of hard work and study, I have accumulated enough experience in teaching space architecture and became a well-known architect in my region, inspiring others to join. Speaking of my presented project, Project Iris, it's a chapter of my contribution in the human endeavor of colonizing Moon. It is a small step today, but might be the next huge leap for humanity. The mission of my project is to put our eye in the sky. It is an orbital elevator, a telescope all designed with a feasible and near future technology. Finally, I can say that the future is always for those who keep trying and never give up. Thank you.
It was during the competition. Dario was
talking about the 8 continents, how could architecture support the environment? To start, Lenka Petkova is an architect from Zara Azid, but now she's just going to talk about a university project that she had when she was having her master's in architecture in
I believe it is probably in a couple of minutes, if I understand it correctly.
Okay, can we get any like a technical background, like how we're gonna see the shared screen, how we will be live, and so on and so forth, Cedric?
I spoke to Puppy John earlier this morning, and he said we'll be presenting on Zoom, and then they will broadcast.
Hi guys. Hi guys.
Hi, hello.
Yes, it's Cedric. So it's Lenka's time to present, so she just click in and share, and she will be live. So it's not complicated at all. So it's your time. You are online.
It's very difficult to understand you.
Wow. Écris-lui, non? You are live. Just share your screen and start your presentation.
Hi, hello. I'm just waiting for the video to load. I can't see it yet. Cedric, I cannot see the video. Can you please try to reshare it again?
The video is passing on YouTube. We are not sharing it on Zoom. It's also passing to Zoom later. You can see it on Zoom too. Is everything okay now?
Okay, sorry, Cedric. Is the video please playing? Can I start the presentation? Because you did not advise me.
The video is still playing. I'll let you know once it's over. I'll send you the link for YouTube too, for you to see the both.
Okay, so I believe we are live. I'm really sorry, I can't see the presentation. I hope you are enjoying my video, and I will just start to talk and explain you the project. And I'm really sorry that the picture of the video and probably my presentation will be now not aligned. So to start, I'm really glad to introduce you the project The Eight Continents, the Ocean Cleaning and Research Station. And I would like to talk with you how the architecture could help our environment. I want to share with you the dream of a floating station that could restore the balance of the sea and gather the ocean debris. Create a platform to bring people closer to this environment of the distant oceans, which we mistakenly thought was immune to our actions. I want to introduce you to the concept of not a mechanical piece, but a living organism that lives in a peace with the environment it inhabits. I want to share the dream of a station drifting on the high seas, which receives tidal and solar energy, and is a station that purifies water and uses it for hydroponic planting, or evaporation and condensation to desalinate it to support its community. I want to introduce you to the concept of the educational platform that scientists can visit. However, anyone who is curious and wants to help is welcome, because only knowledge can save us. The Eighth Continent was awarded the 2020 Grand Prix Award for Architecture and Innovation of the Sea from the Foundation Jacques Rougerie, and this French Institute awards innovative project that encourages sustainable collaborations between scientists. I would like to stop you the presentation now, so I can follow with my text. Can you please go to the PDF to the first page? To the first page, thank you. Is there a possibility to rerun the video once again as I missed it? And this text is aligned to the video? Thank you very much. Now we go. So, as I mentioned, the 8th continent was awarded the Grand Prix Award, and I'm really excited to share with you this today and explain you the project more in detail. So for too long, we lived in the delusion that we cannot hurt the ocean by action on shore, and we left hundreds of species to get extinct. Millions of tons of trash pollute the water each year, but today is the time to imagine a cleaner, environmentally more sustainable future and ways to achieve it by architectural and technological creations for better tomorrows. The proposed project floating station restores the marine environment balance by cleaning plastic debris from the surface and recycling it on board. The station uses natural power of water currents and winds to better collection of the waste. The natural forces are affecting the station's movement and positioning, as well as the inside environment. The floating station is self-sufficient, so the station's elements must cooperate and optimize the power source. The barrier also collects tidal energy, which powers the turbine to collect the waste. The PV panels cover greenhouses and ensure there is enough power for the water reservoir's heating, allowing the evaporation of water and its desalination. After the wastewater is filtered, the clean water is pumped into the water tanks and either desalinated or used for hydrophilic plants hydroponic cultivation. As the amount of the trash is really extensive, the station is considered to create a network with one station carrying the infrastructure, it's the one we see on the screen, for the community of researchers, technicians, visitors, and as well for the food production, water desalination, and living quarters, and the rest of the stations in the network being only for the waste collection. The station that we see consists of 5 main parts, and each of the main parts is developed based on the required environmental characteristics and the program they carry. The barrier floats on the water surface and moves waste towards the collector. The collection technology of at the center of the building is designed to optimize the waste handling. The research and education center is linked to the collector and the greenhouses to follow the water processes and study them. Now we see the collector on the screen. Now we see the research, and you can as well see the water tank in the middle, which consists of 2 tanks. One is with the cold water, and the middle one is with the hot water, which is getting heated. And these greenhouses are shaped to optimize condensed water collection and resemble large sails to allow wind to navigate the station. The living quarters, the public spaces, and the support facilities pass through the middle of the building and connect all parts and geometrically match the ship's keel. As I mentioned before, the station is not only physically cleaning the water, but by creating the platform for researchers and public, it offers unique opportunity to educate people and bring them closer to this distant environment, but it's the critical state that is in the critical state because we lack understanding of impact of our activities. The station is designed to host people and to support them both energy-wise and nutrition-wise. Currently, the idea is to host around 50 members of crew. And of course, there is a need for technicians and engineers to be at the station to take care of the technology and monitor the processes. However, I imagine marine biologists would be able to research the ocean life and observe how is it changing while the ocean is being cleaned. Chemists would also help at the station by researching the best way to biodegrade the plastic, and they could gather information about waste pollution and research on how future materials can be developed and adjusted. Other than anyone interested really in the ocean research of any kind will be welcomed in the station if we talk about politicians, environmentalists, or any visitors. Could we please go to the PDF now? Could we please switch to the PDF?
Yes, your PDF is on. If you cannot see in YouTube, you can check it in Zoom. You can check it on YouTube. We can see your PDF. How architecture supports the environment is on the cover page.
Okay. So I started developing this project as my thesis at the University of Applied Arts in Vienna. And I was not only looking at the ocean pollution problem, but I was researching ocean and how ocean plants and animals behave and adjust to the dynamic environment. And I found oceans always very, very fascinating because of their enormous energy, these unknown territories, those are dominated by nature. Next slide, please. But the nature is being replaced by plastic and human waste. And in general, we should not let this happen and become the new ocean. Next slide, please. The plastic is currently the most common element that is found in the ocean. It's harmful for the environment and it doesn't get break down easily. It now more and more often is consisting in the food chain of marine animals. Next slide, please. The biggest source of pollution in the ocean is directly found in the land-based sources. So it is the pollution that gets to the ocean from our rivers, from our coasts, but it's as well a pollution that it's getting to the ocean while global transfer of goods on the ships. Next slide, please. Over 1 million of seabirds are killed by ocean pollution each year. 300,000 dolphins die each year as a result of becoming entangled in the fishing nets, among other items. And 100,000 sea mammals are killed in the ocean by pollution each year. Next slide, please. Small animals at the bottom of the food chain absorb the chemicals as part of their food. And these small animals then are eaten by larger animals. Those again increase the concentration of chemicals. Animals at the top of the hierarchy of food chain have contamination level a million times higher than the actual environment they are in. And when you look at the screen and you see these beautiful shades of plankton and the life that inhabits our oceans, it is almost unbelievable that already part of ocean that we may never have seen and may really never have seen a human being feel the effect of our activities and are considerably affected by the chemicals and the waste we produce. Next slide, please. When we look at the life that is in the ocean, it's a life that is exposed to difficult conditions and that really found a way how to, still succeed in these difficult conditions. And the nature created a beautiful shapes and beautiful life. And we should not just by our lack of care destroy all of this life. There are as well dead zones in the oceans that have been created by pollution, and those are making really the life in these zones impossible for marine or the plant life. Next slide, please. And we should better learn from the nature and observe it and see how it reacts to the surrounding and how we can manage to bring the smart aspects of nature to our architecture and find materials and a way of behavior of architecture in the same way how nature does. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And one more. And although I am really interested in water and in the marine life, and I look there often for my inspiration, it's not just the wildlife that it's under the water surface, but it's as well, the water life in general, and beautiful plants. Those find a way how to balance of the water surfaces. Those are my inspiration too. And I look into the water as a new territory for my projects, because I really believe that the water in general are gonna be one of the territories we're gonna be more and more familiarize ourselves in the future with, because of all of the problems with the growing heat and really change in the weather that we have currently. The next slide, please. So I hope we can find a ways with architecture as well how to address this problem, the problem of the pollution of our oceans, and the problems of replacing a beautiful life with desire waste and plastic. And I really believe that as architects, we have an opportunity to create dreams and dreamy landscapes and create systematic proposals. Those could address these problems and start a discussion with another stakeholders. Next slide, please. Now, today we have a critical situation, not only on the ocean, but it is in our lakes, in our rivers, and in our forests. And there are many amazing projects that are trying to solve this problem from the technical point of view, which is like the Ocean Cleanup Project, for example, or any other really technical projects. And I believe as architects, we should as well not just, look on the other side and try to just solve the cities, the infrastructure, the way how to build smarter, although we need to do that, but we should also look at nature and how our architecture can really support the cleaning of the environment, how the architecture can integrate the technologies. Those are out there and those are being developed and can, how architecture can bring a systematic solutions and can bring something to this discussion. Next slide, please. So the project I was developing, the 8th continent, I proposed a location in the Great Pacific Arbitrage, which is actually nicknamed 8th continent because of its enormous size. So when we look at this map, we can see the amount and the size of different particles of plastic and waste in our oceans. And it's really alarming because we really we cannot perceive how much waste is really in our water source. So the project I come up with, the 8th continent, should be located in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. And this is one of the 6 patches around the globe where the waste, although already broken down to small pieces, is really accumulated around the globe. Next slide, please. So when we go back to this section that you already saw in the video, the station touches many important topics, and it's not just the sociological topic and the will of bringing up the discussion about the oceans, and it's not only the topic of really cleaning the ocean, but the physical cleaning. But the station consists of many different station touches of many really important topics and many different technologies. Those are integrated in it. So we talk about the energy. It is the tidal energy gain that it uses. It is the solar energy that it uses. It is creation of biodiesel from halophilic plants, and it's as well creation of algae fuel. When we're looking at the waste handling, we are talking about collection of waste from the water surface. We're talking about waste separation, and we're talking about using the recycled plastic waste for construction of the actual station. Because by picking up the waste and recycling it on board, we can as well find it a new use, and we could as well find the next life for the waste we already have? Or is it as well about actual plant growing? As I said, there is a community that is supported at the station, and this community is supported through the greenhouses and through the water tanks and hydroponic cultivation on the station. And as well, the next technology is the water desalination and the desalination of the water due to the evaporation and condensation. So yeah, if you look at the processes or this chart, it's just a diagram of how really from the little that the station can gain, what is the actual water. So water is the first input and the only input, so it's the first input for the station. And from this water, it collects the trash. It can then handle the trash. It gets the water. It cleans the water, and it supports the life on the station from this filtered water. And we go to the next slide. So I believe this as well inspired you to look out there and look maybe for topics those could interest you, and the topic the architect could as well help the environment and bring up a systematic solutions. Those would in a positive way affect environment. And if we are talking about the ocean, the life-giving ocean is suffering, and we really need to restore its balance for our planet's survival. We cannot only do it by architecture and the technology, but we need an interdisciplinary platform to educate people and change their relationship with the marine environment for the generations to come. And hopefully, the 8th continent can be soon one of the interactions that would support the environment. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So I'm at the end of my presentation, and I hope you found inspiration for your future projects, and I hope together as architectural community we'll really be bringing more and more projects. Those open up discussions about the problems those are not so attractive, and with design we will manage to mitigate this, and we will start the discussions, but we will also bring us solutions those could have long-lasting impact on the environment. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? Okay, I'll collect questions and send, and she will pick among those and answer. Hi, Lenka. Is she still connected?
Excuse me, Cedric, if you are asking something, I really can't understand you. Could you please speak closer to the microphone if that is possible?
Yes, I'm closer to the microphone. I've checked your WhatsApp. I've sent some questions there I've collected from the audience. You pick among them and you answer.
Okay. I see there is a question about the scale of the project. So if we go back to the section, I think there's 2 slides up. The project is 100 meters tall, and this is 40 meters above the water surface and 60 meters underneath. So it is geometrically like a buoy. So it has a long extension under the water, and actually even longer than 60 meters. It's then more acting as an anchor. And long, if you look at the main part of the station before the barrier starts, this is 100 meters in diameter, and then the actual barriers can extend up to 600 meters. But these barriers, they're very lightweight structures. These are really construction of the kind of pillows. Those have in between of them a joint. Those are tidal energy gain, and they have cells to support the navigation with the water, with the wind, and they as well then kind of like they skim the surface and navigate the waves towards the collectors. So these barriers, although they're really long, they're really lightweight, and they don't have impact on the marine life. So that it's about the size of the station. And if it is going to be soon built, for that question, well, let's hope so. I mean, we know as architects that any architecture building takes many years to develop. If I could compare this to one of the, high-rise buildings or skyscrapers I worked on, those are actually about 100 meters tall too. It's a development of up to 10 years when you go from the first sketches to actual the built product. So I think to talk about it being underwater soon is a relative in the building construction. But I hope that in the next decade, I would really manage to get the investors, get the research done and running, and we would be really able to do a mock-ups on the water, and hopefully in the next 10 years, it could start its mission on the water. And for one more next question. If it can be replicated, I believe the station should be looked carefully at, considering the environment it is in. So it's really dependent on what is the depth of the ocean, because in general, depth of the seabed, because it has this long extension. It's really important that it doesn't crash to the seabed. So that is important in case it would be located in any more shore areas. It of course has to be adjusted, and it as well has to be looked at the design in case it would be relocated. What are the winds in the zone? What is the actual concentration of the waste? And how are the water currents? Because this building works with the water currents and uses the water currents and the natural forces for the actual collection of the waste. So it could be, of course, positioned in different locations, but as with every building or every architecture creation, it has to be carefully, managed within the environment it is really in. And I'm getting some more questions. Yes, so if my engagement is towards creating more small stations, so yes, I would of course like to as well have a look at developing waste collection stations for more shore locations, because it would be really beneficial as well for cleaning of the environment, to actually be able to catch the waste before it is getting to more small broken down by sun and seawater broken down to small pieces. So of course I would like to have a look at it, and as well have a look at it how could a cleaning station for our rivers or lakes be developed. Of course it would look different, because it would have a different aspects to be considered. But yeah, it's as well in the back of my mind as projects that I would really like to work on. So hopefully, we get there. And what about? So what about the materials? It is still under development. I mean, as you understand, this is the architectural concept, so there are not, have fixed specification lists yet. It wasn't as well a part of the competition to, look exactly at the material division of the station. what I was considering was the construction of ships that we have currently as it is as well, architecture that is on the water. As you could see as well in the section, the bottom part is compartmentalized. Sorry, I probably cannot pronounce it in the right way, but so the wall is created from different compartments, what is helping, in the construction. So the construction processes were, considered as it is in the shipbuilding. The materials for the bottom part would be as it is in the shipbuilding. And then we talk for the barrier, it's a lightweight textiles, but those could, of course, be, on the water. There are many similar examples. And then as well for the interiors, what I was considering was actually using the 3D printing from the recycled material that we can find, which could be integrated into, the interior finishes, the rooms for the researchers, the visitors, for the crew that is living on the station. So there are as well a lot of technical parts that have to be integrated. We're talking about the sorting of the trash. If we're talking about the water evaporation, about the greenhouse walls, those would be actually robotically managed as well. So there is a lot of materials, a lot of different materials, a lot of different technology just come up together in this one living organism. And I'm just really looking forward for the next challenges and for the opportunities to develop it further. So I think we can finish the questions there. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, and it was a pleasure to have you. The emulation in here is great. Everybody is having a question, but we will stop here to have you continue with your daily schedule. Once more, we thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Va introduire le prochain. Ça va, je vais. Martin Pretorius. Écris-lui sur WhatsApp. Tu lui dis que.
Okay, thanks once again to Lenka Petrova, talking about her project about the 8th continent, how could architecture support this environment. We are now going to follow with the second part of panel 3, talking about the simplicity which meets resilience, given to the floor Martin Pretorius. If he's ready. We're waiting for Martin Pretorius for his own branch.
Hi, good day. I just would like to get permission to share my screen.
Hi, Martin. You can have your screen share.
Hi. I just want to make sure everyone can see my screen.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, yeah, let me start. Hi, so I am Martin Pretorius. I'm a South African architect. I'm a designer. I'm an artist as well. And I have a design and architecture company called Workshop and Machine. And we are based in Cape Town. And what we basically do is we do architecture and design. And when it comes to design, we do any design. From furniture, we are busy developing textiles. We are working with other furniture companies in Europe currently. And whatever problem our clients have, we basically just come up and see if we can come up with ideas. But today we're going to focus on affordable housing and what I am currently busy with in the affordable housing range. Because last year I have won the San Francisco Affordable Housing Competition. And then since then, I have had a lot of requests from people in South Africa and through Africa to try and come up with a solution for the African market. So what I'm going to show you today is basically my process of where I'm moving towards. The project is not completed yet, but we are very close to it. And we will be building a sample unit probably closer to the end of the year, most probably beginning of next year. So the theme is simplicity meets resilience. Because as I started approaching the project, I really saw that in South Africa and in the African states around South Africa that I've worked in and traveled in quite a lot, I've seen that you can't really come up with a very, very intricate solution for the problems here. The solution needs to be extremely simple, but it also needs to be very resilient. So I just want to take you through my thought process of where I'm coming from, just by analyzing the issues that we do have in South Africa currently. And I believe these issues are also applicable to a lot of other African countries. Although I just want to say for now, I'm focusing on South Africa because there might be other issues and other factors influencing housing, especially from mid to the upper areas in Africa as climate change and the way people live change a little bit. So if you look at this picture, you can see there's a structure in the urban planning. Although it's not, I would say, the ideal solution, but there is definite blocks set out in the picture that you can see. And as you can see, the development develops, and this is a very general problem in South Africa, where you start off with a development, and as the development grows, you can see the blocks get even bigger, and up to the stage where the next development is not even planned. That is literally just people creating their own pieces of land or claiming their pieces of land and building on top of it. And the problem is there's no urban layout, no structure that supports the development. So in times of floods, in times of fire, or any other medical emergency, it's really difficult to actually get in and assist people. And this is also a picture that is not too far from where I live, where you can see on the one side you have planned developments, and literally across the road from you have unplanned, where people move in just because of the need of housing that there is. So on the right-hand side, where the planned is, you have built-in infrastructure, and on the left, there's absolutely no infrastructure. And the problem that I've seen is with the planned version of construction in South Africa itself, is it takes way too long. So we build with bricks and mortar, it's hard labor, there's tar roads, and a lot of the time it's actually tiled roofs, which is extremely hard labor. It takes a lot of time, but at least you end with a very, very hard and really resilient structure. So I just want to show you guys, this is how some of the informal developments start, where each person claims a piece of land and it's spaced out fairly well. And then in the next step, after that, you'll see it starts becoming more and more condensed, and it densifies up really quickly, up to a stage where there's only certain walkways between houses, and at some stages it's built from wall to wall, where there's absolutely no way of maneuvering between them. So I started my investigation by literally taking this and putting it on a diagram and just trying to get a diagram around it and get what's currently happening on a piece of paper to see, like, how can we approach this and how can we move forward from this. So as you can see in this diagram, the dark lines show road access and the rest is just plot layouts or houses. And at some stages you can see there's 8 rows between road access, and there is actually cases in Cape Town where you have kilometers and kilometers of traveling between houses before you get to a road. So if there is an emergency or a fire or floods, it becomes a really, really big problem. This is the proposed layouts, which is quite common throughout South Africa. And it is also kind of pushed forward by government, but I'll look at this again a bit later in the slides. But one thing that's good about this is you have 2 plots that have access to the road. So if there's issues, if there's fire or emergency, you have access to the people living there. So for me, it's definitely, this is already moving forward from this, which is way too dense and people living next to each other. So what I do normally in my research is I take the pattern and I start playing with the pattern and see what's the simplified version of it. Like, where can I get to the simplest form of what the issue lies? And here again, you can see the planned on the left-hand side versus the unplanned on the right-hand side. And for a lot of people, they believe that this would be the perfect solution, where you have planned on both ends. But unfortunately, with this type of construction, it's almost impossible to even think that this is a possibility, because the construction takes too slow, and we need to get to a stage where we have planned living areas and really good living areas for the people in South Africa and Africa as well. But the construction that we're currently using is out of date, and it's unfortunately just way too slow. So you'll see this is just the pattern that I've took from the development and I simplified it even more to where you just have 6 units or 6 plots standing next to each other. So the next step for me was, how do I improve this? And how do I also improve this by also making it more dense? So I start playing around with it, because as you can see in this stage, there's almost a little bit of wasted space between the plots. So I try to remove the wasted space and convert the wasted space in space that can be used in areas where a person can either grow, garden, or he can park a car, or if he really needs to, can extend the house and enlarge the house if it is needed. So if you take the same pattern and you duplicate it, you start getting into a smaller, I would say, community setup. And this is just to show the greenery that can be placed inside of it. So we're already moving away from just houses and streets covering the surface of the earth to areas where there's actually breathable space between the units, where we can start planting stuff, or just trees or anything green, just to give it a better neighborhood feel. Because I believe people in general, they need access to nature. And although as our cities expand, we are consuming nature, we need to find ways to put that nature back into our cities. And what I've shown you previously with the pictures is there is absolutely no trees or anything existing in these informal settlements. So I believe just by introducing a bit of more green to it, we are already moving forward. Now, the next step of this is what makes it easier is you'll see the arrows point towards the center where the two flats or two blocks meet. And what this resembles is, as soon as you start creating a trench where you can catch water, or a gutter where you can catch water, you're already starting to look at houses collectively collecting rainwater. Because in Cape Town itself, we've had a really big drought a couple of years ago. Luckily, this year and last year, we've had a lot of rain, but as the nature moves, the drought cycle is going to return, and we have to plan for it. And this is an extremely simple way in which I thought how we can resolve it while adding on to the skeleton of this development. And the next is, in architecture in the 21st century is more than a building. So what that means is the building needs to be more than shelter. So the blocks that is currently drawn in on the plots is solar panels, because electricity is definitely one of the core needs of a person in the 21st century. And then after that is most probably internet connection, because most of the people, especially post-COVID, they already started working from home, and basically all you need is food, water, shelter, which has always been a common need of the human. But now we also need electricity and internet connection. And if we look at providing affordable housing without electricity and internet connections, we're setting up the people that's living there for failure. We need to not just give them shelter, water, and food, we need to give them electricity and internet connection. But I believe that is luckily something that it's not just me promoting it, it is also being promoted right through Africa, and it's actually a very positive thing to see as a continent moving forward. So here, this is just a comparison between what is currently happening on the top picture and what I'm proposing at the bottom picture. And as you can see, the solution that I'm moving towards, it's not a complicated solution at all. This is achievable, and it is extremely simple. And the idea is so simple that I want people to actually copy it or even steal it and try to implement it wherever they can, because I truly believe that this can work. So when we look at the architecture itself, in moving away from the brick and mortar that I mentioned earlier, that takes extremely amount of time to build and construct and manpower, is I started looking at just creating a frame. So you'll see the frame it's clear that it is elevated off the ground. And the reason for that is to fight against flooding. Because right through Cape Town, especially, and South Africa, there's a lot of floods, and especially flash floods that happen in almost 7 of the 9 provinces. And just by elevating the building a little bit, it doesn't have to be a lot. It can be 500 millimeters. You're already improving the quality of life of people living there, and it's such a simple implementation. And the next is panels that is infilled into the structure itself. One of the nice things is I have identified a company that works in South Africa all the way to Egypt that manufactures these panels, and these panels are insulated and performs better than a double brick wall with a cavity. And it is strong enough to be a floor, and it can also become the walls of the building. And as you can see there, it's almost the same construction that's used for the floors goes into the walls, and it also becomes the ceiling. So here you sit with almost just a suggestion of a structure that can be used in order to replace the brick buildings that we currently have, and the structure is lifted off the ground, so you have no issues with flooding. It is better insulated than the brick buildings that is currently being built. And the best thing about these panels is it is impossible to basically start a fire with it. If you do start a fire with it, the fire won't spread. The only thing that will happen with these panels is they will melt, and they will basically, the only thing that will be left will be your steel structure, and the rest would melt away. But the process of melting this actually takes quite a lot of effort in order to melt. So in reality, what would happen is these panels would, before they would start melting, the fire would be put out either by the people living there or the community helping them. So if you have the box where you can put your living in, the roof becomes quite simple. So the roof can be either double pitched, it can be mono pitched, it can almost be anything. The roof can almost be a complete separate installment. So if there's a need to cut further on the construction cost, you can play around with the roof and see what's the cheapest roof you can get. This is just a suggestion, but what I would suggest is it depends on the orientation of the bottom piece would influence the look of the roof. Only because you want to fit solar panels onto the roof, and the solar panels need to face, if you're in the southern hemisphere, north, and the northern hemisphere, south. So to look at the layout of what fits in this is, I haven't written it on the presentation itself, but this is a 64 square meter unit and a double bedroom unit. And each bedroom is big enough so you can fit a queen size bed that you can walk around in. But what also helps is if you can fit a queen size bed in it where you can walk around the bed, you can also change the double bed into 2 single beds. So you can very easily fit 4 people in here. And then you have a lounge, you have a kitchen, you have a standard bathroom. You don't have a bath, but I believe a shower will do. And in the next one, it's a bit more dense where you have 3 bedrooms. So the 3 bedrooms, you can accommodate 6 people. And if need be, and you replace bunk beds in it, you can add up to 8 people, I would say, in a 64 square meter unit. It's not going to be comfortable, but if you look at the way people are currently living, this is already a step forward and a much better solution than having 20 people living almost in a 25 square meter steel shack. And if you look at how this is implemented within the layout, you can see there's a front and back access to both roads. And each area lives out onto its own green space. So you start creating units that's really way more comfortable to live in, have in South Africa. But the plus is these units live out onto a green strip or a green area. And due to the crime in South Africa as well, the next suggestion would be for you to fence in or to block off your green area. But that is still, I would say, part of the further development, because as I stated earlier, this development is not 100% completed yet. This is part of the study, and the study is gonna go over into the first, I would say, just sample unit that we're gonna build. I'm gonna build it in conjunction with a client that also believes in the solution that I've done. And then from the sample that we've done, we're gonna take pictures and we're gonna actually start promoting it and see where this venture ends off. So if we go back to the first, let's say, diagram that I've identified, you'll see there's a really big move forward and really large progress made from this type of layout to this type of layout. And we've came to this conclusion by not really rewriting or trying to redesign the wheel. The solution to the problem that we found is not really that complex. And I believe the fact that we got to a solution that's not really complex is actually why I believe this can work. And I just want to come back to what I said is simplicity meets resilience, because I believe this whole project and the approach that we take as Workshop and Machine in order to improve the housing in South Africa it comes down to the simplicity that meets the resilience in our way of analyzing and trying to restructure and or introduce a new way of layout and a new way of construction in the area. And I would like to just thank everyone that's here, everyone that's listening for the time. And also what I want to just state is, if there's anyone interested in in becoming part of the project or knowing more of the project, you are absolutely welcome to do so. This is not a project that I would say is mine and only mine and my company alone. I actually want to get more people involved in this, and we can see how it goes. And if there's anyone that has other input in it, also you can feel free to put more input in it, because as I say, this is a study, and it is also a study that I want to move over into a practical implementation. And if anyone has any other input that they can put in order to improve the project, it will be really appreciated, and it's definitely welcome. So I would like to thank you again. That is it from me.
Hi, Martin. Are you hearing me? Are you getting me?
I think the same as Lenka. I'm just struggling to hear when you speak, but I have seen that you've sent me a message that you will post questions.
Okay. Are there questions in the hall? I'll take them and send it to him.
Okay.
Des questions ou des commentaires, s'il vous plaît? Tu as des questions? Vois Belinga avec tes questions, elle va m'envoyer, je vais transférer. Si tu vas poser en anglais, tu peux aller directement sur le pupitre. Vas-y donc. Oui, oui, je vais traduire.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Allume le micro.
Allô, salut.
C'est bon.
Bonjour, Mathieu Bruni de Think Architecture. Je crois que je me suis présenté hier pour ceux qui n'étaient pas là. Déjà, je salue d'abord le travail de Lenka Petrikova, un architecte très prolifique encore. Et ça montre encore la qualité des interventions ici depuis le début de cet Archi-Talk. Je pense que personne ici ne perd son temps à être là. Je vais commencer par les remarques, des choses que j'ai comprises comme ça dès le départ. C'est d'abord le titre de son projet qui de façon singulière m'attire. Simplicity meets resilience. Donc, si je traduis de façon littérale, quand la simplicité rencontre la résilience, ou un truc comme ça, c'est-à-dire que la simplicité devient un facteur de résilience. Et on entend ici là par résilience dans la façon dont des personnes d'un peuple, etc., dont on fait face à un problème, une entité de gens. Et lui, il se rend compte que pour résoudre le problème du logement social, on peut penser aussi de façon simple. Et je crois que cette solution, en fait, vient être un gros point d'interrogation par rapport au contexte général des logements sociaux, déjà, en Afrique. Parce que là, il parle précisément du cas de l'Afrique du Sud, mais c'est une réflexion qui peut être, je dis quoi, miroitée, c'est-à-dire transposée dans tous les pays d'Afrique subsaharienne. Moi, j'apprécie beaucoup le fait qu'il ait privilégié les matériaux locaux, c'est-à-dire des matériaux qui sont localement trouvables, et qu'il a aussi privilégié l'industrie locale, parce que quand il parle de ces panneaux de bois, ce sont des panneaux de bois qui sont fabriqués directement en Afrique du Sud. Donc directement au niveau du coût, forcément, on a quand même pas mal de réductions. Après, il nous parle de logements modulables, c'est-à-dire qu'une seule unité de 54 mètres carrés peut prendre jusqu'à 3 chambres. C'est quelque chose d'extraordinaire. Honnêtement, je ne m'y attendais pas. Ça peut être une unité d'une seule personne, 2 personnes, toute une famille peut habiter seulement dans 54 mètres carrés, sachant que le prix du logement au mètre carré au Cameroun aujourd'hui, c'est déjà quelque chose qui nous dépasse tous, quoi. Je ne suis pas sûr qu'aujourd'hui, à mon âge, je peux avoir un terrain. Ce n'est même pas envisageable pour moi, quoi. malgré que je sois un architecte et tout. Voilà. Et ce que j'apprécie aussi vraiment de façon singulière, c'est son interprétation en fait de la simplicité. Hier, le docteur Olivier Moudjo nous parlait ici d'interprétation et de réinterprétation. C'est qu'il fait son travail, son analyse est très simple. Il part de ce que tout le monde connaît, c'est-à-dire que le lotissement général en plan damier qu'on connaît tous, qui est le plus populaire, le plus simple à faire. Mais il se rend compte qu'en le réinterprétant de façon la plus naturelle possible, on peut avoir quelque chose de vraiment extraordinaire. Et ici encore, la nature vient jouer alors le rôle de connecteur logique entre les personnes, d'être le poumon, d'être dans ce point virgule-là qui vient donc créer donc l'extraordinaire au milieu de quelque chose qui est ordinaire. Si on prend ces logements, c'est-à-dire ces modules de façon aléatoire, comme ça, on n'a rien d'intéressant. Mais juste parce qu'on vient mettre dans la nature, c'est-à-dire ce qui est là, lorsqu'il n'y a plus rien. Parce qu'entre toi et moi, il y a la nature, il y a l'air, il y a tout ça. Et cette pointe de verre dont on vient de donner dans ce petit... ce wow, dans cet extra, par rapport à ce qui est extraordinaire, donc je tire vraiment mon coup de chapeau à Lenka Petrinkova. Pardon? Ah, ce matin, hein, Petrus. D'accord. Heureusement qu'on va traduire après. Donc, je finis mon propos en rappelant en fait que je crois qu'à la fin, tellement d'humilité, il dit encore que si tout le monde, tous ceux qui sont intéressés par son approche, par sa façon de voir les choses, peuvent participer. Et je pense que c'est ce genre de réflexion en fait qu'il nous faut pour résoudre, pour apporter en fait des pistes de solutions par rapport à la résilience en fait du logement social au Cameroun. Parce qu'on est d'accord que ce qui est aujourd'hui ne marche pas et il faut repartir sur de nouvelles bases, partir sur de nouveaux paradigmes, sur une nouvelle cosmogonie, comme aime souvent bien dire le couple Chamban, et vraiment réfléchir autrement, penser différemment. Je vous remercie.
Well, thanks again. I'll translate in a nutshell what he was saying. I hope Martin is understanding clearly now.
Yes, I received the question, how you use simplicity to enhance the project.
I'll be sending further questions to you through WhatsApp for it to be easy, but I'll first start by translating what he was saying. So he's impressed by your work, and he's impressed by the approach, he's impressed by how you use simplicity to tackle such a complicated issue like housing. He stated that the use of space is quite innovative, and the lack of pride you take in presenting it also is a proof that architects can nowadays be more focused in community serving. And also he'll be happy and eager to contribute because you stated that you are open to contribution. So in a nutshell, he is amazed and great job. So
thank you, thank you very much. It's nice to hear feedback like that, because then I feel like I'm moving into the right direction, because I know it's a very difficult topic to tackle, but I think by the feedback it feels like I'm definitely moving in the correct direction, which is good feedback. Thank you very much.
Okay, many thanks. Please come forward and send him the questions directly, because he's getting us live now.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, next question. In simplicity meets resilience, what should we do, or how should we perceive the unicity of certain designs concerning the specific demands of some certain complex clients? Will we still multiply the same distribution? just as a superposition in the urban design?
Sorry, I just want to ask if you can send me the questions just via WhatsApp. I just want to make sure that I understand the questions correctly, because as I couldn't hear like the middle bit of it that well. So I don't want to answer and give a completely wrong answer to the question. Okay, here's the first one. In the long run, ain't we scared of deforestation? Do we produce enough wood in South Africa? Definitely not. We do not produce enough wood in South Africa. If you look at the wood prices in South Africa, it is really, really high. And that is just because of the fact that we do not have enough wood. That is also one of the issues that I have had when I designed this project, is I had to make use of steel and manufactured panels, but these manufactured panels actually has no wood in them, because as soon as I start introducing wood into the project, the cost of the entire project started skyrocketing. But if we do have more wood in South Africa, I believe like the prices would drop considerably. And I believe in South Africa there's so much space for introducing new forest or plantations, and I do not have the answer to why aren't we doing this, because for me, if we have space, we should definitely be utilizing it, but unfortunately we aren't utilizing it at this stage. So I just want to go back to the first question, because I see on the WhatsApp I have missed a question. So how long did it take you to think the conceptual part of the project? What I have shown you guys today is the accumulation of almost 10 months of work. But I will be lying if I say it's a full 10 months of work, because I also have clients and other projects that I'm busy with. So every time I have a bit of time open, I would like to push the project forward. And unfortunately, what I'm doing with this project is it doesn't bring in any income. So I try to carry on with my business and try to run the business as smooth as I can. And when I have extra time, I like to put time into, I would call it like passion projects, where this is within architecture, trying to come up with a solution for housing is part of my passion. So that's kind of how my program functions. Because unfortunately, you still need to carry on or push the company forward and try to solve problems at the same time. So it becomes quite a juggle between like business and passion projects, and I do art as well, and then other design as well. But I think so far I'm managing quite all right. I just want to go to the next question, if that is fine. Simplicity meets resilience. What should do, or how should we perceive the unicity of certain designs concerning the specific demands of complex clients? Will we multiply the same distribution? So when it comes to, let's say, complex projects where you have different clients, this is going to, I would say, what I'm presenting today won't satisfy all clients. I don't believe this solution can just be copied and pasted throughout Africa. What I would try to do is try to create, say, like a guideline that people can work from, or if the idea is fully developed, would like people, say, across Africa to look at the idea and be honest with themselves and say, okay, what can we take from this design that implements in other African countries? Because one of the specific reasons why I mentioned South Africa and not any other country is before I put any other country's name onto this list of housing or as a possible solution for housing, I need to go travel the country more. I need to go do my research more, because I am quite reluctant to say this is a solution for Africa, because although there is some commonalities between African countries, there's also like extremely big differences if you look at, say, South Africa and Egypt, or South Africa and Morocco. So it's difficult to say the same solution can go and apply everywhere, but I would say as far as my research have gone, I believe this solution can work in South Africa, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique, but I don't want to say that it can possibly resolve issues for other countries without doing the proper research, because my research started in Southern Africa, and I'm pretty sure it will move more up in Africa. And hopefully, if there's anyone in the mid or northern part of Africa that wants to collaborate with me on probably coming up with a solution for the area, I'm pretty sure Cedric can just give you my contact information, and then you can contact me, and then we can take it from there. Let's just go on to the next question. I hope I answered you in that one. Is this the only project you're working on? No. I'm working on quite a lot of projects at this stage. Not always related to architecture. I'm busy with art projects where I'm collecting pictures of people over Africa, and I'm drawing portraits of them, and I'm aiming to have a art exhibition where I just showcase these people that I've identified that actually have had quite a horrible time in the pandemic. And hopefully, if I can sell these pictures, I would cover my cost by framing it, and all the pens that I've bought, and all the profit I want to take and give it to the model that I've used, or the person that I've used for the art itself. Furniture, I'm trying to create nice looking furniture that's really cheap for the market, because what I've seen in architecture itself, for me personally, it's really easy to design a really beautiful house if I don't have a budget constraint. But as soon as the constraint comes in, life becomes a bit more difficult. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create architecture and art that's really, really good looking, that's good enough looking where I would say I would like to stay in it myself. And then making it as cheap as possible. So it's not just the rich and famous that have access to nice architecture, but I would like to bring good architecture and nice looking architecture, especially down to everyone in South Africa, and then making it broader. So that's my aim with all the extra projects that I'm taking on. Is how can I have a really good product that can be accessible to, let's say, 100% or 90% of South Africa, instead of, if you look at Cape Town, I would say there's less than 5% of the people living in Cape Town actually has access to really good architecture, because of it's just expensive. Can you work with local companies around Africa to share your experience of the concept? Yes, I am currently working with other companies. There's companies literally in this week that contacted me and said, hey, we've come across some of the stuff that you've done. Do you mind collaborating with us? And I'm always open to collaborate with anyone, because my personal motto for my company is that we are pro collaboration. And with pro collaboration means, like, if another architect phone me, I'm open to work with them. If a teacher phones me, I'm open to work with them. If a doctor phones me, I'm open to work with them. If a kid that's 5 years old phone me, I'm open to work with them. I really just want to learn more as an architect and as a person, and then take that knowledge and see how can I help or improve people that contact me, because I want to create a open door policy in a company where it's like, if you have an idea, come and let's see what we can do, and let's take it from there. Let's just go to the next one, so I don't. Okay, what about the financial aspect? What's the strategy put in place to facilitate population access to these houses, especially the average family with the average budget? So that's a really good question, because my approach for this project was firstly looking at the financial aspect of it. So I tried to, with the construction that I've used, and with the methods that I've used in constructing it, I tried to cut away as much as possible, just in order to bring the construction costs down. And at this stage, the cost for a 3-bedroom house would be around 350,000 Rand. I'm not sure if you can do you can definitely do the conversion, but I don't want to say in other currencies exactly what it is. But for South Africa, 350,000 Rand for a 3-bedroom house is really, really cheap. And I would like to take it even further by saying, can I make it even lower? So it's always going to be a challenge for me to see, can I do more research in finding other products that can replace the products that I currently have in order to lower the price? Because what I would like to do on a constant basis is see, can I lower the price in 2022 even more than I have lowered it in 2021. But unfortunately, you will get to a stage where you can't lower the price anymore, because I can lower the price with 100,000 Rand, but the problem is I'm going to cut on the quality of the house. And I am not prepared to cut on the quality of the house, because the aim is to give or to come up with a solution and provide quality housing, and then see we might. otherwise you end up with a house that's going to fall out. Insulation is not gonna be sufficient. So the number one for me is quality. Number two is then the finances, and you have to find the middle ground between the two. And here's just the next question. Can't you collaborate with Chorus here in Cameroon during workshop further to develop the idea? Yes, definitely. I am definitely open to do that. All I need is just the email and say where and when I need to be, and then I will be there. Are you open to work without financial support to help local government? I am currently doing a lot of this entire project that I am doing is completely free. I gain no financial gain out of it because I believe in, like, if I put in the work, the financial gain will come somewhere along the line. But I am definitely open to work with local governments because I am currently taking this project on without having any, I would say, any financial gain out of it. Yeah, that seems like it's the last question. I will. Yes. So if there's any other questions, you guys can also email me and I can come back to you. But I'll leave you with this: that if you are looking for someone to collaborate with, I'm definitely open towards it. Thank you.
All right, we appreciate. So many thanks to you. I'm always happy to have you on board. I'm sure that collaboration will continue. We didn't have enough time for you to talk about other projects like your artwork and your engagement towards social housing and photography. But in due time, we'll come to it and speak about it. So once more, thanks and have a great day. And if you can,
Thank you very much.
Keep on. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so it was the architect from South Africa talking about simplicity meets resilience, Martin Pretorius. Now we look forward to Africa Innovation Network by Leandri Diotsa. She's present in the hall. He's an urbanist from École Africaine des Métiers, l'Architecture Libéralisme et Amour, Togo. And he's going to talk about his crew as the founder of Africa Innovation Network. Landry, please.
Yeah, thank you everyone and morning. Thanks for the opportunity. Okay. So thanks for the introduction. I made the presentation in French, so I don't know, maybe I will switch it. Okay, d'accord. Okay. Il y a le... Voilà, d'accord, merci encore, comme je disais, pour l'opportunité. Ah, c'est bon. Ok, super. Bonjour. Bon, je vais faire une présentation très rapide de notre vision de la résilience. Déjà, merci pour l'opportunité de discuter au cours de cette édition de l'Archi-Talk. Comme introduit tout à l'heure, je suis Léandri, urbaniste et fondateur d'Africa Innovation Network, qui est, bon, comme je vais le décrire un peu plus en profondeur tout à l'heure, un laboratoire de réflexion sur les questions urbaines, tout ce qui renvoie à la durabilité, la résilience, l'espace, etc. Ok, voilà. Ok, donc, fondamentalement, c'est quoi Africa Innovation Network? Africa Innovation Network, comme je l'ai dit, c'est un laboratoire, en anglais on dit think tank, dédié à la réflexion de tout ce qui est lié aux villes durables, résilientes, smart cities en Afrique, etc. Donc, on a 2 ans d'existence et nous, on se focalise principalement sur la promotion de la ville africaine durable à travers diverses initiatives, etc. Donc, l'ambition derrière, c'est quoi? C'est d'arriver à être force de proposition en termes d'idées, d'innovation, dédiée à la promotion de la ville durable en Afrique. Et notre vision de la durabilité dans le contexte de la ville africaine, c'est vrai que le terme résilience, il y a beaucoup de concepts. On parle de résilience, on parle de smart city, on parle de villes post-Covid, post-carbone, etc. Mais tout ça, fondamentalement, renvoie au bien-être de l'homme dans son contexte. Le contexte qui est pris de manière anthropologique, qui est pris de manière géographique et qui est pris surtout dans le cas des villes africaines de manière culturelle. Alors, donc l'ambition d'Africa Innovation Network, c'est d'arriver à concilier tous ces aspects-là, qui sont des aspects, comme je l'ai dit, des concepts, dans un contexte local qui est celui des villes africaines, dans leur diversité, dans leur originalité, ou on peut le dire aussi par leur challenge, comme on connaît la croissance démographique, les problèmes urbains en Afrique, etc., qui peuvent être aussi vus en termes d'opportunités. Donc c'est vraiment la vision d'Africa Innovation Network à travers ça, d'aller vers une contextualisation des concepts pour produire, n'est-ce pas, une approche innovante de la ville africaine. Voilà. Donc, notre travail, comme je le disais, c'est vraiment ces aspects conceptuels-là. Mais la vision d'Africa Innovation Network s'étend vraiment sur un long terme. Mais dans le court terme, on a comment on appelle ça, on a des activités qui... des activités, comment on appelle ça non, je vais trouver le mot. On a des activités sur le court terme. Yeah. So our action plan, we have the short term, the long term, and we are basically trying to build. On essaye basiquement de proposer des initiatives assez pragmatiques sur le court terme pour arriver dans le long terme à avoir une approche un peu plus globale et une approche un peu plus conceptuelle de la chose. Donc, sur le court terme, la vision, c'est vraiment, OK, on parle de durabilité, on parle de résilience, on parle de tous ces concepts, mais qu'est-ce que ça veut dire concrètement dans le contexte des villes africaines? Je suis très content de voir que la thématique fait l'objet d'un talk au niveau du Cameroun par des jeunes architectes, etc. Et j'ai beaucoup apprécié les présentations qui sont passées tout à l'heure, notamment la deuxième faite par Martine sur les nouveaux approches de conception des quartiers durables en Afrique. Voilà. Donc, mais c'est vrai que je n'ai pas fait de remarque, mais j'avais une petite remarque, c'est d'orienter peut-être les aménagements vers moins de voies. Parce que fondamentalement, lorsqu'on analyse le contexte des villes africaines, par exemple, vous allez voir une organisation spatiale où on a un centre urbain bien planifié, etc. On a des quartiers périphériques. Mais lorsqu'on regarde la configuration socio-économique, on se rend compte que les personnes qui vivent la plupart dans les quartiers précaires, par exemple, n'utilisent pas les modes de déplacement comme la voiture, ont des ressources économiques limitées. Donc, il faut fondamentalement orienter la manière de planifier les espaces vers ça. Et c'est ça aussi la résilience. La résilience, la pensée résiliente ou la pensée innovante, d'abord, c'est quoi? C'est de partir du contexte. Le contexte, comme je le disais au départ, il est géographique, il est anthropologique, il est culturel, il est économique, etc. Mais il renvoie toujours à un élément clé fondamental qui est l'homme. L'homme dans sa manière de vivre, l'homme dans sa manière d'occuper l'espace, etc. Lorsqu'on regarde, par exemple, je prends le cadre des villes ici au Cameroun, voilà, les sociétés ou bien les personnes qui occupent les espaces, par exemple, ont besoin de certaines facilités. Sur le plan culturel, par exemple, bon, ça c'est un peu l'histoire, je pense que vous connaissez tout ça, l'histoire de l'organisation des espaces dans les cultures nord-africaines, avec les chefferies, etc. Mais quand on arrive en ville, il y a une nouvelle manière de faire qui est en contradiction avec les manières dont les gens s'approprient l'espace de manière naturelle. Donc avoir une pensée résiliente, c'est d'abord de quoi? C'est de se dire, ok, au lieu de commencer par tracer des voies, des places, etc., mais c'est de commencer d'abord par comprendre comment l'homme dans son espace occupe et y vit. On a parlé de quartiers précaires, voilà, c'est un problème, les politiciens, les acteurs de la ville, etc., se disent, ok, il faut tout raser, il faut recommencer à zéro, etc. Mais de nombreuses études, de nombreuses analyses ont montré que la manière dont les bidonvilles sont organisées obéissent à un schéma fonctionnel d'organisation de l'espace qui renvoie aux sociétés dans leur culture fondamentale. Par exemple, si vous allez peut-être dans un bidonville où on a une prédominance des personnes d'une certaine région, etc., la manière dont l'espace fonctionne et est organisé, bien que vu de manière précaire, mais de manière fonctionnelle, obéit à cette configuration-là. Donc, l'idée, c'est de se dire quoi, ok, je prends un exemple comme quartier, comme Yaoundé ou Vogada, je ne sais pas moi, n'importe quel quartier, c'est de se dire, ok, les personnes qui y vivent, comment ils vivent, c'est-à-dire, quelles sont leurs pratiques culturelles, quelles sont leurs manières d'occuper l'espace, qu'est-ce qu'ils font le matin quand ils se lèvent, pourquoi ils habitent là, pourquoi ils n'habitent pas là, et de se dire, ok, en planifiant l'espace, je dois d'abord et avant tout répondre à ces besoins-là. C'est-à-dire prévoir des espaces, les gens vont faire leurs enterrements, pour que le week-end, par exemple, s'il y a des festivités, c'est des choses qui ne sont pas pensées, et c'est avant tout ça la résilience, c'est avant tout ça la résilience, c'est-à-dire proposer des espaces dans lesquels les gens vont pouvoir s'adapter, parce que la résilience, c'est d'abord une question d'adaptation. Et c'est pour ça que les opérations d'aménagement des espaces, comme ils sont faits jusqu'à présent, ne répondent pas à ça, parce qu'ils font fondamentalement, ils s'éloignent du problème, qui est une question de vie humaine en quelque sorte. Donc, l'ambition d'Ambica Innovation Network, justement, c'est d'arriver à cette manière de faire, voilà, à cette manière de répondre aux besoins des gens, en quelque sorte. Donc, l'approche, comme je l'ai dit, c'est sur le long terme, mais dans un premier terme, on a différentes initiatives, 5 initiatives en quelque sorte, bon, pas 5 initiatives, we call them our pipeline, or I mean, our key area of actions. So we have 5. The first one is African architecture and urban heritage. So basically here the idea is to show how the African society is organized, what is the wealth in terms of culture and urban heritage in Africa. So we can see, for example, here, une construction au nord du Cameroun, par exemple. Donc l'idée, c'est de montrer comment les sociétés, parce que quand on parle de résilience et de durabilité, c'est des concepts qui fondamentalement ont toujours existé dans les sociétés africaines. Mais sauf que la manière de fabriquer la ville, à un moment, on le situe à peu près au niveau de l'arrivée de la colonisation, il y a eu cette fracture-là dans la fabrique urbaine, où la manière de concevoir un quartier planifié, une maison moderne, étaient des concepts importés que jusqu'à présent, les sociétés africaines n'ont pas intériorisé. Donc l'idée, c'est de revenir, de réinterpréter cette fabrique ancestrale de la ville et du bâtiment, en quelque sorte, en intégrant des approches modernes, etc. Donc c'est un peu l'idée de, ce premier point d'action. Le deuxième également, c'est African Urban Planning Imagery, c'est un peu de montrer les configurations urbaines en Afrique à travers les images pour comprendre comment effectivement l'organisation spatiale se passe et de transposer ça, n'est-ce pas, aux cultures, comme on l'a dit, au fonctionnement des sociétés, etc. Le troisième, c'est Architecture Innovation, c'est vraiment de promouvoir, comme les projets qui ont été présentés tout à l'heure, quelles sont les bonnes pratiques qui renvoient à cette philosophie-là qu'on veut montrer sur le continent. On a également le Urban Planning Innovation, c'est de montrer comment la nouvelle fabrique urbaine de la ville vers la durabilité, la résilience et l'innovation se fait sur le continent. Également une troisième qui est liée, voilà, le lieu est vraiment également choisi parce que nous sommes aussi très attirés par les questions d'art, etc. C'est de montrer comment l'art, les industries créatives, etc., en général, les industries créatives, comme on le dit, peuvent être un facteur de promotion de la durabilité en Afrique. Donc, comme je le dis, notre domaine d'action, bon, c'est quelque chose qui va prendre du temps, qui prend vraiment du temps, qui va demander beaucoup de ressources. Donc, la phase stratégique de notre intervention se résume d'abord dans un premier thème au niveau de la communication et de la promotion. Voilà. C'est-à-dire, on essaye de mettre en place des initiatives qui permettent de vulgariser d'abord le langage, de prendre aussi, de savoir ce qui se passe, c'est-à-dire quelles sont les actions qui sont menées sur le terrain, etc. Quelles sont les choses, quelle est la vision des acteurs de la société africaine de manière générale en termes de durabilité, etc. Pour ensuite avoir une sorte de co-construction of this vision in terms of resilience and so on. So we have started this. It's basically a documentary called African City Round 2. So through African City Round 2, we want to go in each countries. I mean, every country is Africa. And basically the idea is to give the floor to people on the field who are working on terms of architecture, urban planning, design, and so on, to know what are the challenges on the field and how they are managed to tackle those challenges. So we have started with Cameroon here. We have developed one, the first destination was in Cameroon, and the documentary is available online through our YouTube channel. You can check it out. It's it's around 40 minutes of documentary with some practitioners, some urban planner, architects, and then it was a very good experience, and we are planning to do the second destination maybe in Ivory Coast next year. So we will see. So basically that is one of our initiative in terms of communication is the African City Round 2. So you can have more details if you go on our YouTube channel or on our website, www.africino.com. And so that's the idea. And one also of our main initiative is the African Cities magazine. So the African Cities magazine showcase the African cities in general. So excusez-moi, l'idée c'est d'aller de promouvoir la ville africaine en quelque sorte, à travers les 5 domaines d'action qu'on a identifiés. C'est de se dire, ok, la ville africaine, on a beau dire, voilà, challenge, etc., mais elle fonctionne. Et fondamentalement, comme on dit, l'organisation, c'est-à-dire ce qu'on trouve, je parle en termes de ville par exemple, si quelque chose est défini comme un chaos ou comme un désordre, s'il arrive à persister, ça veut dire que fondamentalement, ce n'est pas du chaos ou du désordre, c'est comme ça qu'il doit être. Ça veut dire qu'on aura beau avoir une vision de la ville africaine et de se dire, ok, bon ça c'est la vision occidentale, l'Afrique, il n'y a pas d'eau, il n'y a pas d'électricité, on ne fait pas ceci, on n'arrive pas à circuler, mais je pense que nous tous on est arrivés ici, on ne meurt pas, on boit, on mange chaque jour, etc. C'est que fondamentalement, il y a une manière de fonctionner qui est là. Le challenge, c'est d'arriver à comprendre ce fonctionnement et de l'adapter. Ce n'est pas de se dire, ok, ce qui marche, c'est ça. C'est-à-dire, on ne va pas venir planifier une ville en se disant, non, pour planifier une ville, il faut faire des voies, il faut prévoir, etc. Non. C'est de se dire, fondamentalement, comment ces gens fonctionnent. Voilà. C'est de se dire, comment ça marche. Si ça arrive à marcher, c'est forcément pour une raison. Et il y a beaucoup de choses, par exemple, dans les villes africaines qu'on peut faire beaucoup plus facilement qu'en, je sais pas, en Europe, ou etc. On arrive... Un exemple, par exemple, quand on voyage, que vous arrivez par exemple en Europe, avoir une carte SIM ou un compte bancaire, c'est un cauchemar que vous ne pouvez pas imaginer. Voilà. Or ici, il y a des choses qu'on arrive à faire facilement. Vous sortez là, les gars de MTN vous appâchent, vous vendez une puce, vous enregistrez. Tout ça est fait très rapidement et c'est parfaitement légal, il n'y a pas de problème. Et c'est la même chose dans beaucoup plus de domaines. Voilà. Ça veut dire qu'il y a une manière de faire qui marche. Il faut juste réinterpréter, c'est tout. Il ne faut pas se dire, ok, ce qui marche, c'est ça. Et c'est un peu ce qui s'est passé avec la colonisation, c'est que, voilà, il y a une véritable rupture. On s'est dit, la société moderne doit ressembler à ça. Un bâtiment, c'est ça. Un système politique, c'est ça. La démocratie, c'est ça. Et ce qu'on peut appeler les problèmes qu'on a actuellement, c'est ces systèmes de pensée-là qu'on n'arrive pas à s'approprier. Voilà. Parce qu'on avait fondamentalement, et ça c'est anthropologique, comment dire, c'est interne, on a des manières de fonctionner qui répondent à des systèmes préétablis. système de hiérarchie sociale, d'organisation sociale, culturelle, qu'on essaye de transposer dans la société moderne, mais qu'on n'arrive pas. Donc l'idée, c'est de rechanger, c'est de revoir cette manière de penser, de se dire, OK, quels sont, à travers le magazine, quelles sont les approches qui arrivent à puiser dans ces fonctionnements fondamentaux pour développer de nouvelles pratiques adaptées à la société moderne. Donc c'est un peu ça l'idée du African Cities Magazine à travers les 5 piliers que j'ai montrés tout à l'heure. Et il y a une première édition qui est... la première édition... Bon, le magazine paraît tous les 31 octobre à l'occasion de la Journée mondiale de la ville. La seconde édition va paraître le mois prochain. La première édition est disponible en version papier. Je crois qu'il y en a quelques exemplaires. Mais le magazine est en ligne, il est gratuit en ligne sur le site internet. Vous pouvez la voir avec les différents projets ou ce qu'on trouve d'inspirant. La deuxième édition est en préparation et la deuxième édition sera disponible, comme je l'ai dit, le 31 octobre. Et à l'occasion de ça, on organise pas mal d'activités, etc. Donc, fondamentalement, voilà les 2 grosses initiatives ça, c'est les quelques images de la précédente édition. Vous pouvez le trouver sur le net, comme je l'ai dit. Pour la deuxième édition, je ne vais pas trop donner de détails, à part que on a quelques thématiques centrées sur l'éducation pour la ville durable en Afrique, quelques idées innovantes en termes de projets, etc. Donc, le magazine sera disponible en ligne le 31 octobre et vous pourrez le voir. Donc, fondamentalement, comme je l'ai dit, je ne serai vraiment pas long. Voilà quelques images toujours du magazine. Et l'idée aussi, c'est d'arriver à travers des acteurs locaux, de voir comment développer des magazines pays, c'est-à-dire un magazine focalisé spécialement sur le Cameroun, par exemple des initiatives comme celle-ci, des galeries d'art comme celle-ci, parce que là je vois une très belle œuvre, nature, ville, etc. Bon, je peux avoir des interprétations différentes, mais ce que moi je vois, c'est comment l'homme s'insère dans son environnement urbain, voilà, parce que fondamentalement, la ville, c'est d'abord l'homme dans sa configuration, les veines sont les voies, etc. Bon, c'est de donner la parole à ces gens-là à travers ces différentes plateformes et de se dire, OK, quelle est l'interprétation qu'ils donnent, voilà, pour arriver à quelque chose de vraiment durable dans le futur. Donc, basiquement, c'est ce qu'on fait, en quelque sorte. Toutes les ressources, tout ce que j'ai dit sont disponibles sur notre site web. Si vous voulez également être membre de African Innovation Network, vous pouvez également nous envoyer un email et voilà, on se fera un plaisir de vous accueillir, de travailler ensemble. Donc, je pense que c'est tout. Sur ce, je vous remercie.
Any questions? Are you taking any questions? If there are questions?
Yeah, if there are questions, I don't know.
IN African Innovation Network. Okay, all right.
Yeah, thank you.
It was clear. Thank you. Now we are going to move on to our next articulation with Dr. Sameh El-Sari. He defined himself like a science tech, an architect, and a scientist, multiple award-winner architect with a practical world anchor in a rich theoretical approach and research body of knowledge. So, is him connected already?
Hello? Yes. Can you hear me well? So I can start now?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for inviting me to the session today. It brings me really pleasure to share with you my vision and some of my works contributing to the post-carbon future. So the question, I always usually start my lecture with a question. Should we work and live outside Earth or inside Earth? So this is the question of today's session. Let me first introduce to you, sir and ladies and gentlemen, my design manifesto, which I have developed during the last 20 years. First principle is digging deep in the old knowledge and science accumulated through thousands of years to capture hidden values and intangible strengths of our human legacy. My second principle is developing those values and strengths using cutting-edge technologies to create an state and art design that carries the spirit of the past, not in its shape, form, but in existence. And of course, the last thing is documenting, publishing, and maybe presenting those experiments to deliver them to the future generation. I'll be presenting a set of projects. All of these projects are based on either existing technologies and or near future technologies. So we live here today. We have our biosphere that really carries us, enriches. It provides us with the nutrition, with the oxygen, with everything that we are blessed and living in this place. But if this place would be the same in the near future, so this is the most important and challenging question that we have to ask. And unfortunately, maybe our future grandsons and the future generations that will have to answer this question. So scientists had really divided the existential risks, the mass extinction level events that might threaten our race and human existence into 16 different divisions. So also scientists are predicting, excuse me, can I just, can you make mute? There's a lot of noise that really interrupts me. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. So the scientists predict that the growth rate of the carbon dioxide that will result is increasing by 5 degrees centigrade by the end of this century. So with this increase, that means that 95% of all our planet's species will be wiped out. And this is a literal interpretation of our existential risk. This is only for the climate change, and just one reason is the CO2 growth level. Just 5 degrees centigrade again, and 95% of all our flora and fauna will be endangered and maybe will be terminated. And this, of course, will result in our termination as a race as well. So we have to act now. Let's switch again to space technologies. You know, NASA and ESA and the different space agencies has developed a lot of technologies. These technologies are used for today's Earth living, not for the space. And these are just very small samples of what was really developed for space, but is used today for our life on Earth. With the same mindset, that was the key diagram that I really love and would like to present to you guys today is the International Space Station Life Support System. You know, with a space architect mindset, you always have to think about securing your oxygen, your nutrition, your hydration of water, everything they can use, that could be used and utilized. And this is a 100% circular economy. It's a circular lifestyle. So this is on the space where you don't have any kind of resources, no oxygen, no water, even no gravity, no nutrition. So with the same mindset of these technologies, we can really enrich Earth. We can revive our resources again. We can really save what is lost. And now the time for design. These are a set of projects that maybe I will be presenting 3 or 4 of these projects, but I always like to present their icons. So let's first begin with my last project that was presented this last summer, just 2 months ago. It was awarded, by the way. All of the projects that will be presented today are internationally awarded projects. And it is merely something that I would like to also present. It is a research project. So these are not only architectural projects. There is an architectural design inside this project, but the other part is a science paper that is produced and presented to different conferences and journals. So Fina House It is a kind of house. Fina in the Arabic language means the window or the courtyard. So it might be called also the courtyard, vertical courtyard house, or the window house. This project is a minimalistic view, and actually it was inspired by Apple design code. There's a very interesting book that I started by reading. It's called Designed by Apple in California. This book really describes the design code and the minimalistic approach and how can you minimalize every kind of single detail in your design. But to reach this kind of simplicity, which were discussed and argued since the Renaissance era, even by Leonardo da Vinci, his famous and well-known code, simplicity, the ultimate sophistication, to reach this level of simplicity and to reach this kind of minimalism, that doesn't mean that this is really a simple design. That means that this is an ultra sophisticated design to reach this kind of minimalism. So this outer shell that is really simple and minimalistic, it carries inside it the most sophisticated engineering design that were developed using a lot of experts and teams, and maybe it costs a lot of time, money, and effort. And this is one of the lessons that we have learned from our industrial design. The same applies for this house. This house, as it seems, it is minimalistic. It is so simple. It doesn't carry really a lot of details as it is shown, but it was developed using this 50 design criteria. Literally, 50 design criteria were developed and tested inside this house and categorized it into developing our legacy, social core values, environmental agenda, clean water, economic sustainability, energy agenda, food production, urban regeneration, static value, the physical and psychological well-being, flexibility, adaptability, zero waste, biodiversity. So these are the set of criteria that were developed, and not only for this project, and it was developed during the last 20 years, but were applied, all of them, inside the latest project. So this is about strategic thinking. It is defined as a mental or thinking process applied by an individual in a context of achieving a goal, and that was the goal, to preserve Earth, to reverse the climate change, to decrease the levels of the CO2 and the carbon dioxide in our environment. And that started by studying the context. That is the context that I'm working on. This project were developed for this context. This context suffers from severe poverty, and the poverty, it is one of the United Nations sustainability goals that were one of the 17 SDGs that were admitted by United Nations. So it also has an economic and socio-economical agenda. And these are also part of the same context, but this is maybe the better part of this context. There is a distinctive vocabulary. The courtyards, you can find it obviously here. The pigeons or the birds tower that are used as an economic activity for breeding birds and using these birds as a source of food, and at the same time selling those birds. So it has a social and economical part. So this is the Egyptian village. So it has a poverty part, but also it is very distinctive and it has its own character that makes it unique. By gathering all of these problems, now it is the time for minimalism. And actually minimalism, it is a new social trend. It's a new social lifestyle, which decreases the cluttering and decreases the noise and decreases all of what makes you really, it clears your mind. So also by integrating all of those problems and all of those values with the new lifestyle of the minimalism, the new project was born. The project, even on its programmatic study, the architecture program, it was designed by Space Like Number 4, which is a multi-use space. So it could be at the early morning used for breakfast, at the noon time it might be used as a workspace. You know, now we are more frequently working from home. After the COVID-19 lockdown, we have experienced new values that we didn't really realize that it could be done, but actually it succeeded. And maybe in the afternoon, it is turned into a living room. So it is a multi-use space, with having the space number 5, which is designed for storing all kind of different furniture inside it. You will find also there's a main courtyard, there's a wind catcher, and there is a lot of vocabulary that will be discussed later. Also, one distinctive part here is separating the structural system from the outer walls, creating double walls and creating double skin to decrease the radiation, the solar radiation, and hence, of course, help in cooling the inside of the home and eliminating the need for any kind of artificial air conditioning system. This is a diagram of the form finding or the form development process. It was just a very simple, cheap block. Of course, no curves, no nothing, just a very simple that could be even built by the society, the local ethnic society. It doesn't need high technology. It's a low technology kind of building. And by developing some of the pigeons, towers that we have earlier mentioned, and having this vertical courtyard with a double skin, that resulted in our design. Also, another aesthetical value is having that, appreciating what we have today, appreciating our nature, part of our earth heritage, our legacy. So by framing part of the nature and having this frame inside the house, it is part of the facade. It is part of our design to highlight Mother Earth, to highlight our nature, even if it is some of today, what we have today, our legacy. And now comes the law of synergy. The law of synergy states that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And that law was used and utilized inside the design. So this vertical cord that might seem that it is a simple vertical courtyard, but it will help in the passive cooling by enabling the wind to penetrate the urban mass. You know, we have a problem in today's architecture, even in the dense area, more probably in the dense area, which is called the mass urban heat or the urban heat. So by having a void inside the solid mass, that will enable the passage and the passing of the wind through this urban setting, so decreasing its degree and its temperature. Also, it allows and it embraces the biodiversity. It welcomes any kind of creature that might really be passing. And of course, that will result in a biophilic design by adding more of the green elements. And, you know, with each house, you will have to plant a new tree. So that neutralizes the carbon budget. With each building that is built sustainably, you have to also plant a tree as part of this design. So the tree is considered one of the vocabulary of the architectural house that is newly done. And at the early mornings, you have curtains that could be closed, so it acts as a fog nets, also contributing in collecting and harnessing some of the wasted water that is wasted each morning in this particular part of our earth. You know, there are some parts, even the fog nets is a low technology. It is used in many places in Africa, in Warkatri, maybe in Ethiopia, also in South America. It is used by the low tech communities with a high poverty rate, but it is a very low cost and cheap and effective at the same time solution for harnessing clean water, that it is just water from the atmosphere. So that courtyard exceeds only its capabilities as a vertical courtyard. This is a schematic conceptual diagram of, and really the quick calculations had resulted in 25 gallons of pure water per day inside your house that could be utilized in drinking, in planting and watering the plants, or even in cleaning process. Of course, the individualism and the cultural diversity in different parts of this regions of Egypt, we have to respect that the people will not maybe intervening in the offered design. So we have offered also, I have offered solutions in the Nubian kingdom or the Nubian societies, in the modernized world in north of Egypt, and even in the Sahara Desert, in the Western African desert, where they used to build with some kind of with a mixture composite with the salt and the sand of the local area of the oasis called Siwa. So these are solutions that doesn't really affect the quality of the design, but merely it adds an added value. Let's now break down and compose the Piggins Tower, which is called the food production unit. It is composed of three main elements. It is a development of the old Piggins Tower with a hydroponics unit, which will help in increasing the green and the planting, and of course the food, maybe like 31 to 32% of the food production of the needs of this family will be secured by the hydroponics inside it. And as stairs, it's a vertical circulation element. And the last one that was not really here mentioned, but there is a rainwater catcher here, which also gathers much of the dew and the rain at the same time and filters it and reproduce it also to be used to plant and water the hydroponics unit with a system called the aeroponics, which is like 99% we are saving water and just it is a very effective way to plant trees and use the water inside it. And now comes technology. To be sure that this house will be effectively working as it is designed and as it is desired, so simulation software were used to measure the degree of the radiation and the lighting, the diffused lighting inside the spaces. So also eliminating the need to use any electrical lamps. So at least you have from 8 up to 12 hours or maybe 10 hours of daylight that will be entering the interior spaces, and you will only need the LED or the low cost, also low electricity LEDs just at the afternoon and the evening time. And that was based on a region called Fayoum. Of course, these data were input inside the software, and that is the resulting simulation. Also, there is a wind catcher at the same tower. This wind catcher will be circulating a clean and cool air. So it also will decrease the need and eliminate the need for any kind of air conditioning system. So it is a multi-use architectural vocabulary that is used for food production, for water gathering, for cooling, and for the lighting reflection. And that is the post-carbon architecture in my point of view, the kind of architecture that can use all the planet's resources, the renewable resources, without any waste, without any emissions of the carbon dioxide. This is the conceptual basic design that is not patent yet, but it is in the process of registering and documenting as patent for filtering the gathered water inside a vertical pipe that will be And that leads us to the logical reasoning. Also, the logical reasoning is important. It is the ability to candidate or to understand a logical work through concepts and problem expressed in the form of images, i.e. the art part, the legacy, our human part, which we cannot also deny. It is the house is not only a machine for building. It is a living organism that have to respond to our feeling, to our aspirations, to what we can see in the future. And responding to that agenda, some of the famous crafts of this area is the pop art. The pop art that is represented through the carpets, the rugs, even on the wall murals. It was analyzed, and the color palette composed of these four main colors were used as the lightscape at the night time. So it gives us our lightscape study, or a very nice painting of abstract kind of the pop art that really adds a new dimensions, reminding the people of their roots, their legacy, their art that originated maybe hundreds and thousands of years ago, but in a contemporary dress. And another engineering principle that was also used was the composability in design. It is a system design principle that provides components that can be selected and assembled in various combinations, which leads us to the flexibility in design. Flexibility in design is so much important in this poverty scenarios. It is important to satisfy the specific user requirements and responding to different urban scenarios, which means that this kind of design should respond to all kind of extension, either it is a vertical or horizontal kind of expansion, even offering solutions for a big family composed of 5 families, the grand family that could be all gathered in just one set, or just a newly married couple that could be taking one of these units and enabling them to expand vertically or horizontally. All scenarios are possible. And we do understand that there is a lot of urban scenarios that is different. So to create something that is a site specific, we need to offer also solutions. Will make their own solutions, which might not be well studied, as an architect can really study it and offer it ready for these people. And the scientific thinking also is important part of shaping and reformulating this kind of design. So even after the project is finished and it was delivered as an award and it received its award, that doesn't mean that the project cycle is ended as a design. Also, it is important to complete. So some of the projects that is presented today, it lasts for 10 years, maybe 11 years, and maybe more. This is because it is a developed kind of house. So there's generation of this design. So this is the last generation line of a line of houses that I'm presenting today. And also it will be in the future, this design will be the laying foundation for another designs to come. Also here using the latest CFD or computational fluid dynamics also to study the pressure and the wind behavior responding to this kind of form. Maybe it needs a little bigger window, maybe it needs a little bit wider double skin values. So it is important to test it and study it so we can respond to the future development. These are just diagrams of the wind simulation done in various, and it takes really a lot of effort and powerful computers to do this kind of simulation, but it is crucial and important in order to develop it and present it to our future generation. This is the legacy that we will be leaving for our grandsons and children. The first project is ended. I would gladly present very briefly the second house. We can say in a funny way that the last house, the white minimal house, is the son of this house. So this house, Bayt al-Suhaimi, the one that I'll be presenting, it was the father, it was the grandfather of all of this research line that I am presenting today. It started in 2011, just 10 years ago, and it is still a work in progress. It is a never-ending kind of project because it is a scientifically and architecturally project. So that is Bayt al-Suhaimi that was first designed in 2011. By the way, it was awarded 3 times in the MedCop 21 in Marseille, in Paris. It was awarded again with the first award in MedCop, not the MedCop, sorry, the Medibat, the scientific forum in Tunisia, in Sfax in 2000, I think, and 12, and in Hassan Fathi Award in Egypt in 2011. So it was awarded, nearly 3 times. This project was published in 5 different languages, by the way, as well. This project is a new approach. It is a redesigning, and the funny part here, there's a very funny story for this project, that this project is exactly the same project that was designed 500 years ago. So 500 years ago, in the medieval era, in the old ancient Egyptian capital, Cairo, there was someone called Al-Suhaimi. He was the prime minister. He was the biggest and the largest minister of trade at that time. And that guy built his own house. It was called Bayt al-Suhaimi, but it was built in the 1500, in the 16th century or the 15th century, as I do remember. And that is the original Bayt al-Suhaimi. Of course, today it is open for tourists, so you can see a house that is aged 500 years ago. But the really interesting part, that after studying this house through my PhD and through some scientific research, I have just extracted all of the values, the social, the economical, the environmental agenda values, and all of the values that is designed in this house, and gathered all of those values inside. Of course, this is also a study in the interior spaces. Even there is a virtual reality to understand and to live in this house maybe days, and to test the user experience even of this house. All of those values were interpreted in this building, but using today's technology, using today's concepts, using today's ideas, the zero carbon, the zero energy, the extreme sustainability, the water generation, and the positive energy conduction. So all of these technologies, so it is something like a blend, something between the past and the modern day. Of course, there is a visual reading of the architecture program from the facade, but also having a privacy preserved by having all of the bedrooms at the inner part, and at the outer part, it is much more like not the public part, but the family living areas, and having all kind of screens that can reflect all of the sunlight inside without the direct sunlight, only having the diffused sunlight. So decreasing the need for the air conditioning system, but enabling the natural daylight to enter the spaces, and at the same time also eliminating the need for any kind of lamps. Also, it is about creating social spaces for the intergenerational interaction. So 3 generations of the same family can live in this house by having a very well studied interior spaces to fulfill the grandfather and the father and the son. 3 generations could live in 3 different stories at that house. Also, it can absorb any kind of new needs. So there are intentionally left spaces for new rooms that could be added in the future, so it can fulfill the expanding needs of the same family. Visual connectivity is established through open plains and terraces. Louvers mimicking the old mashrabaya. It is a very ancient and old vocabulary that were used in the ancient Egyptian architecture in the Islamic era, exactly. And this was the top technology at that time. So it's also developed. It needs to be studied and developed. And you can find here even glimpses of the food production unit at the top roof of the building. This is not an hydroponic. This is 10 years ago. It was maybe before the emergence of this concept and normalizing this concept of the hydroponics. So it is a roof garden, but it's a roof garden of the vegetables and fruits that could provide the family with about quarter of its needs of the production with a clean, chemical-free kind of vegetables. Of course, the dispersed masses will allow air to pass through. So this particular room, for example, it will be having the wind from above and from below. So it is, during the whole day, it will be cooled. So we do believe that there is no need for any kind of air conditioning system. And this is a kind of luxury, modern, contemporary lifestyle. Also, we are having the inner court, which is equipped with a water pool. So it helps also in the passive cooling. So the wind that was discussed in the last slide will be having intercepted by this kind of water vapor. So water vapor and wind will result in passive cooling for the whole building. Also, the double skin here were equipped. Double skin walls on the roof with a big cover to maximize the shades and the shadows. So here is a very interesting part of the architecture. We are not only designing form or designing a plan, we are designing shades, we are designing the shadows. So the shades and the shadows are part of one of the design criteria that were taken into consideration while developing this house. And upon the initial calculations, it needed 39 photovoltaic cells or photovoltaic sheet to generate about 10 kilo daily consumption of a 5 family members house. Of course, this is designed in another different part from the last house. The last house needed only 35 solar panel, but this one needs 39 solar panel. It differs from a region to other. And science should come at the end. Also, the CFD or the computational fluid dynamics, but this is another maybe primitive software, because this was a software that was 10 years ago. That was the available technology at that time. But it conducted also, and it succeeded in all tests. So you can find here there is a high maximum velocity of the wind, but this is a closed part. So how is the wind here with a very high velocity inside a closed courtyard? This is because you will find that the wind, even if it goes from the below, from the ground level, but it will pass by and come out from the first level. So it will be passing through 2 stories. And this is the wind rose of the region that was designed, of course, part of the studies. And the 3 floors were tested to ensure that there will be a flowing air breeze all during the year. Also, the interior sun radiation, or the indirect sunlight, the useful sunlight, we call it the useful sunlight. This is a study of the courtyard. The courtyard will have like 1 hour of exposed high radiation sun, but most of the day will be illuminated without having this kind of high heat or high radiation sunlight. Well, this experiment resulted in other experiments even beyond our African and Middle East continent, in Arizona, in the United States. So also that was approved and it was awarded. The same design principle were used in Arizona house. We're having a double facade kind of houses with an outer and inner, and of course this is a mansion. It is not a small house family member. It's a great mansion with multi-rooms, and you can find easily that the number of the solar panels were much bigger than ever, but also you can find a lot of wind catchers, wind towers. This is number 1, this is number 2, number 3, 3 different wind towers that were utilized on all of the spaces. And you can also find for the cold winter nights a biogas kind of reactor that might provide heat, and at the same time some of the fuel that will be used for heating at the winter nights. Now let's switch on future vision, future houses. And let me just make a small comment. All of the future kind of architecture that will be presented today are built upon existing technology. So this is not a science fiction, it is a science reality. The playhouse with a house that were designed for Germany to be put in the German context. It is a house. This is not glass, by the way, and I usually would like to have this comment. This is a transparent aluminum. It is a composed material called the aluminum oxynitride. This kind of materials does exist, but the main problem for our today's invention that it is so costly. So 1 meter square costs about $20,000. It might not be very feasible for today's architecture, but we do believe that in the few next years, about 10 to 15 maximum next year, it will be available material with an available budget for anyone that would like to use. So this kind of skin is totally recyclable. This is some kind of an aluminum. So you can recycle this aluminum after the life cycle of the building. And it is a highly durable kind. This is a metal building, but metal with a very low conductivity. So it will not be transferring heat, but it will be capturing the light. And it will be capturing the natural views of this context. So actually you are living inside the forest. You are living inside nature with a 100% totally secure and safe kind of house. And another research that I I used from the MIT is having the transparent kind of dots. This transparent dotted roof is the new generation of the solar panels. So also this is another zero energy houses. Also you can find here this 10 pieces of sails. These sails moved by the wind is also generating energy, because you know in the German context you cannot only depend on the solar panels, we need also the wind kind of power to generate energy. So by using something called the piezoelectric effect, also it generates energy. You can find also here that it could be gathering much of the rainwater that will be used and utilized for the farm. There's 2 kind of farms here, one an indoor farm and another outdoor farm with a robot arm that will be using precision farming. So this house could be really functioning and working even without any kind of residents living inside this house or operating this kind of house. Also, there's a very interesting part that these are the bedrooms. The green, it's all color coded. The entrance is in red, just to alert people. This was, by the way, a post-COVID-19 kind of retreat. So it was a house that you can really escape, and you cannot really feel that you are locked down because you are living literally inside nature. It is a transparent kind of house. But to have at the other hand, total privacy for the bedrooms. So the bedrooms are mobile kind of houses. So you can push your room to put it in whatever view that you would like to use. Even the workspace, the blue color coded kind of space, it's the workspace. So you can also work with having an open view from the both sides. Even the dining area with the kitchen, it is the yellow one. And lastly, the bathroom, which is used with a black sphere and with the nanomaterials much used for the spacecraft industry to have a clean and sanitized kind of spaces. By the way, the entrance also is equipped with the sanitizers that make like a shower, a quick shower on the anyone who's entering the house to make sure that he will be entering virus-free as possible. This is the transparent aluminum. These are real samples that were designed, and that was the samples that were studied. This is the development process of the house, how it will be opened. By the way, these are lighting lines also. Very low cost electrical consumption budget. Also, we do believe that this is a zero energy house that will not only be zero energy, but could produce energy that exceeds its needs for the surrounding areas. Also, to eliminate the need for people to go outside and consume, it is also equipped by drones. So this house is a smart kind of houses. It's an intelligent kind of house. So also it will be using robot arm for the maintenance and for the cultivation and for the farming, and using all kind of drones for the weather prediction and for any kind of requirements that need to be bought from the near supermarkets or from the pharmacies or whatever that you would like to need. You can just send your drone, so you don't need to go yourself, saving human lives. Switching from residential to public buildings, was a mosque that was designed for Dubai. It is a 2018 competition. Without entering and without discussing a lot of details about this mosque, but the interesting part here that we used also a zero energy approach in this guide, and at the same time it also reflects the degree of faith of the worshippers, the people that will be worshipping inside this mosque. So all of the ground floor is designed by the piezoelectric effect. Once you just pass on, press with your feet on this floor, it generates energy. So the more worshippers that will be entering this temple, the more energy that will be conducting, and hence more lighting these trees will be lit. So the more worshippers and the more people that will be entering this temple, the more light, and that reflects the degree of faith in this society, and at the same time without using any extra energy. So people will be encouraged, people will be inviting each other, please come to this temple, so we can all help in increasing the energy rate inside this building and lighting those trees. And the last project for today is Guggenheim, the clouds. It is a project that was done in Helsinki, in Finland, in 2014. It is also another project that utilizes the nanocarbon technology in the carbon tubes. This is the tubular multi-layer kind of compression columns that were designed to elevate all of this massive mass. This massive mass, of course, is designed with the same idea of the clouds, so it can make a free footprint for the land, and it is a principle that we have learned years ago from Le Corbusier, the father of the modern architecture. When he first designed his architecture, raised and elevated on columns to make a ground level or ground plane that is free from many activities or multi-activities. And at the same time, it will also make, or it will enable the visual connectivity between the ancient and the classical buildings of this harbor. So also, this is another part in response to our environmental agenda. We would really, soil is also part of the resources of this planet that we would like to save. If we can make a building above in the clouds or elevated above, that will be a privilege for us. Thank you for having this presentation. Till now, June 2021, this is the map of the awards that were received in this line of research on architecture. I might say that I'm a science tech. I'm a scientist and an architect. I don't have really clients that would charge me, but I'm presenting to awards and turning those awards into a scientific research that could be presented in journals and in conferences later on. I am working into having an original contribution of architecture to our today's modern architecture. I'm responding to the threats that might threat our existence, the existential risks. These are the exhibition map that I have contributed also all around the world in 5 different continents. And the workshops It is a very crucial and important part of my journey. I'm not only presenting project, but I'm also training the future generations as a professor of architecture. It is very important to make the future generation understand what is sustainability, what is the future of our planet, how can we respond. It's our responsibility as an architects to respond to the future of our generation and save them. These are part of the establishment and institutes that I was honored to publish some of my works in Discovery Channel, Forbes, Middle East, L'Architecture d'aujourd'hui, Arch Daily, Design Boom, Alexandria, Library of Alexandria, L'Arca International, and of course NASA Johnson Space Center. That was in 2019. It is a journey that never ended, and I think I do believe that it will be extending for the rest of my life. And even in TEDx, that was NASA Johnson Space Center, Wired Magazine, and lastly, this is part of the research that I didn't present. I only presented the architecture, but I did think that it is important also to present part of how this project is turned into scientific papers, so it could last forever for anyone who would like to really learn and share and maybe develop my work even after I leave this world. My work will stay for the future generations so they can work upon and develop. Last slide, I would like to end with, the future belongs to those who dare to dream. But there is another great woman, Eleanor Roosevelt, who also extended this concept that the future also belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. And the last one was Malcolm X, who mentioned that the future also belongs to those who prepare for it today. So my message today is dream and believe in your dreams and start working, and you will see this dream come true. If it is not in your lifetime, it will be even after passing away for the future generations. Thank you for your kind attention. It was my pleasure to meet you all today. Thank you for Cedric's and for the organizing team for having me today. I hope that I have delivered my message, the work of my lifetime, and I am also welcoming anyone who would like to contact me. These are my social media and my channel on YouTube, so you are welcome to send me whenever and wherever you would like to. Thank you so much.
Okay, Samer, are you getting me?
Yes, I can hear you, but it's not very clear.
Okay, I'll take questions and type it to you through WhatsApp. You read through and answer. I think it's much more easier. So, des questions, des interventions. Au revoir. Okay. I'll be sending it to you.
So I have received the first question, Bayt al-Sahami 2011 prototype for Egyptian house, considering architecture as a non-static nor fixed science. How can this idea get the architecture in a movement of time? Problem faced now, such as global warming, not faced before. Actually, this is a very interesting question. I would like to thank you first for this question. The source of inspiration here was the heritage, our legacy. The original Bayt al-Sahami that was built in the medieval parts. Is everything okay? Should I proceed? Okay. So the original one that was built in the medieval ages, It was the first form of sustainability that we have learned from our ancients, from our civilization. So this is legacy. But the concept of the sustainability was not very widespread at that time. But with today's research and with today's kind of science, we have just grabbed the thread starting from this medieval ages and started to develop. So the Beit Suhaimi 2011, it is not an original house. It is a development. It is a second generation of what was built 500 years ago in response to today's problem. And at the same time, the Beit Suhaimi 2011 is not an end project. It is an open source kind of project. Every kind of future generation are welcome, even in our modern time. If researchers would like to contribute to it, it is published as a paper, and there is a recommendation future work that you can develop this house. So it is an open source kind of project. It is a work in progress. I'm developing it and inviting other researchers also to develop it. So as every day we discover new findings, so this project will respond to those findings. So the degree, the high rise degree centigrade of the thermal heat, the global warming, this project is a modern day response to this kind of concept that was not available maybe for 500 years ago. Another question, in which kind of architecture do you situate your projects? How do you define your design in few words? Okay, I would like to define my design in few words. It is a response to our human race. The human race is very complicated. We have social, cultural, we have needs, we have aspirational aspects, we have technology. Technology is part of our modern day. So the new project that I'm working with, it is a response to the time. It is a response of what we have. And without denying our past. Please remember the first 3 slides that I started my presentation with, digging deep into the old values of the accumulated experience of thousands of years ago. Developing, number 2, is those values by using the cutting edge technology. And number 3, documenting and presenting those and presenting it to the future generation. So my project is an extension of what is done in the past, but using the modern day technology. Another question, how much more is transparent aluminum more sustainable and cheaper than glass? It is not cheaper for this time, but we do believe in the future it will be cheaper. But it is totally transparent, yes, and it is used currently as a bulletproof for the presidential vehicles and the presidential kind of houses and headquarters. So it's available technology. You know something? If I today have assigned a sculptist to make some kind of a sculpture that was done 500 years ago, it would cost me more than panels of all glass panels. So today, glass panels is much more cheaper than the stone sculpture that were used 500 years ago. And that is the same cycle that we do predict that it will be available in the future. This kind of technology, once it is made cheaper, it will be available and it will be much more low cost available than our concrete, maybe the problem of our carbon dioxide. So are your concepts applied in urbanization yet? On the planning, if you mean planning scale, no, I didn't really apply it yet on the planning scale. I'm working on just as an architect with a response to the urban surrounding or the urban context, but not on an urban, not in a planning urban scale. And how can you see it at a city level? Well, the first project that I presented today, the Finat house or the wind house with the compressibility design, this is a prototype for or a solution for a city scale. It's a village scale. It is something that is a prototype that carries what I can define by unity within diversity relationship. You know, there is a very severe problem in Egypt. We call it the identity problem, because that resulted in having many civilizations. We have the old Egyptians, we have the Islamic, we have the Coptic, we have the Roman, we have the Greek and Greek-Roman, Byzantine, name it, all kind of civilization. So when we today built, we had to return to something that is totally neutral, to express our time. You know, after thousands of years in the future, people will say, we didn't have our 2020 civilization. What is our current civilization? So my trials, I say my projects are trials to express the values of our modern time. So in thousands of years to come, that will be our modern day civilization that people will be studying in the future. How do you develop concept? Do you start with design and formalize for further research? Yes, of course, it starts with a research and it ends with a research. So research, I'm a scientist, as I defined before. I take science and scientific papers and I read science and I try to respond to the problem of the design problem, but in a scientific way and humane at the same time. And after the design is finished, also it is turned again to science. So from science to science, it's cradle to cradle. We take from science and we end by science. But of course, the architecture is the middle link between the science taken and the science given. Do you start by concept before finding ways? Well, I can say that the concept and finding ways are associated. Both of them comes together. So you cannot really separate by both of them because the concept, crucial of this concept is responding and fighting in problem solving. It is responding to the society problems. You are not making a fancy design, something that is only scientific, but people cannot live in. I'm an architect. And even if I'm fascinated by science, but I cannot also forget that architecture is about human values. It's about the human being. It's about its aspiration, it's the social part. How is spatial architecture helping you to be more performant on Earth? Well, there is a very nice proverb that I would like to say. It's an Oriental proverb. It's an Oriental saying that says, target to the moon, you can reach the high building. So if we are talking about a very advanced technology, if you do remember this diagram that I have started my presentation with the International Space Station Life Support System, that is the ultimate kind of sustainability. It is a totally 100% circular economy, circular lifestyle. It's a biosphere. So by understanding those values and simplifying those technologies, it resulted in this kind of Earth architecture. Through the Earth architecture, it is a simplified version of the space architecture. So by reading more about the finding, the technologies, and what engineers are doing in order so we can live in space, we can really use this kind. Today we have theories about terraforming Mars. So if we can really terraform Mars, we can reverse certainly the climate change on Earth, because terraforming Mars, it's like giving life to a dead planet. So that means that you also can revive life even to survive our planet. I'm amazed by work. Thank you so much. My kudos. How do you keep developing the drive to go toward excellence? Well, it's a lifetime journey, I can say. The lifetime journey, I do believe that at a certain time in the near future, the Pritzker Prize will be given to those who really contributed to the survival of the mankind, even if it is in space or even on Earth. So, we will all, at certain time, will pass away and we will leave this Earth. But the really important part, and this is something that we have learned in the courses of strategic planning, you have to think about 500 years after leaving Earth. What is your left legacy to the future generation? So that is the important part. It is not about thinking how much money you will gain. It's not about how much fame that people will know you and you will get known by architects. But it is the important part is after passing away and after dying, after leaving this earth, what will people take from you and will complete? Einstein had left us years ago, but we still are studying his theories. It's called his legacy. And I do believe that at some time I'll be having a valuable legacy that I can leave to the future generations so they can also be the minaret and the guide for future works. Have you not yet done a workshop in Africa? I have done many in Egypt and one in Tunisia and one in Libya, so mostly in North Africa, but I didn't really dig down in Central or South Africa yet. But I do believe that will be in the future, near future, I hope. Is it due to finance or just lack of opportunities? I didn't understand the question about if you mean for the workshops. Most of my workshops are done for free, so I don't really take my money for my workshops. It's about spreading science, not about financing. If you mean most of my architecture, I'm really interested much more in the science, but I do think that it is an important and crucial part of my science is to have built prototypes to further conduct and test my theories. From me, I think with Chorus, we can manage to have a workshop if possible. You are more than welcome, and I would love to spread this kind of science. We can arrange it, of course. I will be glad to. Okay, other questions are coming, so I hope that the people are interested. Well, anyway, my contacts are available. I do believe that we should be in contact. We should really build a network of relationships so we can all rise together. What I'm doing is not an individual work, it is a community work. So anyone who would like to contribute are welcome, and my published papers are available. My architecture are also available on most of my social media, including LinkedIn. So you are welcome. So I think, Mr. Cedric, it is appropriate now to leave the floor for my next successor to start his presentation.
The interest is great. If you keep on, we keep asking questions and taking questions. I think I'll just send you all the questions via email or a message, and when we have a time one day, we just go through it for them, if it's possible.
Okay. Lastly, I would like to thank you again, and I would like to thank the organizing team for having this opportunity today, and I'm looking forward for future gatherings like this. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Have a nice afternoon, and like always, we trust the process. Il est après.
Ok, merci.
My live? Can everybody hear me?
Alejandro, are you getting? Hello?
Hi, Cedric.
Yes.
How are you?
Yes. You are online. You will be introduced, and the floor will be yours. So stay tuned. I hope you can share your screen.
Okay, brilliant. Thanks.
You can share your screen?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
So,
I'll be. I'm sharing the screen, yeah.
Okay, you'll be introduced now. So the floor is yours. What's it?
Okay, so we are heading to our last, but not the least, panel number 4. We're going to take Alejandro Quinto, who's one of our presenters doing this architecture noun concept. He's going to talk about using data to inform urban and community decision making. He's from Yeme Architects in London. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I'll start sharing my screen. As she said, my name is Alejandro Quinto. I'm a Spanish architect and urban technologist, as I like to call myself. And I work for Yemitech and Yemi Architects, located in Bradford, in north of the UK. And what I want to talk to you about today is about these two parts. To this, I'll do it two separate presentations. So one is the project, the Reactive Pandemic Protocol, which it won one of the awards from Archi now, which now I was also thanks. Sorry, I missed that. Thanks for the invitation and for the award for having me here between all so many talented people. So I'm going to start with talking about this project, and I also want to credit Robian Santiago and Johan Morandel, which were colleagues working with me on those projects, and the faculty, Areti Marco Bolo, Alex Mademo, and Jacopo Neri. So this project was done at DIAC, the Institute for Advanced Architecture of Catalonia, on the Master in City and Technology. And then afterwards, I'll be talking about what I'm doing now at Yemitech with and Yemi Architects with Amir Hussain, Kushal, and some other colleagues. Okay. So this presentation has a bit of time already. This one specifically was done for my thesis in the Master in City and Technology last year. So some of the data you might see is a bit outdated. So sorry for that. But I hope it's illustrative enough. And unfortunately, we are still in the middle of this tremendous pandemic. So I think it's very meaningful at the moment. And before starting, I'm going to also quote one of the previous speakers that said, architecture is more than a building. Well, in my presentation, you are not going to see even a building. Sorry for the ones that are expecting that. But we are talking beyond architecture, okay? So I'll start with this one. So this was by then, when we were working this project, the huge amount of cases for of COVID that now this has even peaked even more, no? We're seeing cases, this was by June 2020, that was tremendously affecting to every part of the world. And we were seeing this in every single part. Now it's like, it's already, you know, we got used to the sense of it in some way, but it's a huge impact to the people, the world, and all the cities. So by then, I mean, we started this project thinking on, you know, we were seeing a lot of healthcare system capacity being overdue. No, like we were seeing that. How can we decrease that curve? No, how can we how can we extend the healthcare system capacity? And that's how we started thinking on right. So how we can do that? No, and we were seeing, and this is the case of Spain, that it was the amount of hospital beds per 100,000 inhabitants. It was below the average of Europe. So how we do that? So, and we were just doing some checklists. Okay, we can redirect patients, we can locate different available supplies, we can redeploy stuff. But the one we really thought was interesting for us to focus was to brainstorm alternative sites of care. And we were looking at tons of examples in the media of like this hospital that was built in just a few days in China. We're looking at this in Madrid, that the whole exhibition complex was being transformed in just a few hours. Or things like in Central Park, this iconic park of New York being transformed into a temporary field hospital. And I could keep going, carry on with this more and more, you know? But if we think on summarizes this, we could make them on these three. So new build hospitals, adaptable typologies, and tent hospitals, which sometimes they will link to existing hospitals, no? So the one that were really interested in was adaptable typologies. Because in some sense, it was the one that was more efficient, sustainable, because it wouldn't require, new build, new materials. And on top of that, a lot of the places were closed. We had sports centers closed, events facilities closed. So why don't we take that and transform that? And when we design that, why don't we do it thinking about critical scenarios like this one, no? So just to run you through an overview of the project, we have a first analysis part that is talking about this was during my stay in Barcelona for the masters. So this is being piloted and designed for Barcelona. And so that first part of analysis, we're looking at what's the Barcelona response, which is the vulnerability. We created this vulnerability index to see which were the areas that were more vulnerable, and which were those adaptable typologies that I was talking about more optimal to do this transformation. And then in terms of the proposal, we ran through a first phase of how we would detect the cases, how we would deploy a protocol as fast as possible, and how can we, how can we create an internet of buildings, so buildings connected between them that can somehow be smart enough to answer and as very fast to this situation. And then we're looking at another scenario, but I'm not going to go into that today. So starting for the analysis. If we think about what Barcelona did during COVID, we were seeing that the amount of the hospitalized people was reaching its limit, and it happened right, a few months, a few days even after this, and we were seeing how this was already happening, no? So how some field hospitals and some hotel clinics and hotel for health workers were participating as supporting the whole need of an entire city on how to respond in the best possible way to this problem. So we were looking at, by that time, close to 900 extra beds, including, let's say that we have that main hospital, if we think about the healthcare network, and then we have a health hotel where the patients can stay in quarantine after they are recovered. We can think about comfort pavilions for the palliative care units. We can think about nursing homes for the patients to rest, hotels for the staff, the health care workers, etc., etc. So this is just a map of Barcelona that is showing by then the existing hospitals and some other infrastructure, health infrastructure and others that were helping those hospitals. But we wanted to take that further and complexify that thinking, So first we started developing this index. So we started listing every single thing that we were thinking that it could make people more vulnerable when talking about COVID. So we took the ones that we believe they were more important, like such as aging population, people that were commuting a lot, an amount of homeless people, a square meter per person in terms of household. And we collected that data and created this index, and we weighted every of these parameters to give us this vulnerability index. And also combined it with the actual infection count by that moment. So what you see in here is a collection of maps that is showing all those different parameters. So socioeconomic status, aging population, population density, the amount of commuters, the urban structure. It's interesting to see also that you see that some of the maps are having a granularity going into the block, the building itself, and some others are into a more. This is because the data was coming. We were having access that way, no? And if we go through all these ones and we put it together, weighted with those percentages, we get this index. And then if we add to this the infection count by that time, we have a risk map. So this was our base to start. Okay, which are the most critical areas in Barcelona that might be affected by COVID in the near future, no? And we were also working in a specific site, so scalability was very important when we were thinking about the project. So this is a neighborhood, and these are 28 blocks in which we did like a physical model, in which we were video mapping some of these sites and so on. And then another part of this analysis was thinking about which are the most suitable typologies to be adapted, no? Because we can have tons of those, but we need to think, okay, which ones will be obsolete during that time, and which ones will be, it will have a space big enough to allocate people, mainly as a field hospital, no? So we took those and we thought more in depth about these specific ones to think about, right, let's think about educational facilities. Okay, we can use the gymnasium as a place to create this field hospital. And we gave them a rating of which is the scalability of this space, if it's public or private, if it's the accessibility to them, the speed of transformation. And we did this with different facilities. So sport facilities, religious buildings, events hall, hotel rooms, etc. And then if we put those together, we can see, okay, we gave them a rough percentage based on some subjective understanding to carry on with the protocol, no? And we mapped them. So these are all the educational facilities in Barcelona. We got the amount of them on the right side and the average of square meters available. Sport facilities, the same. Hotels, the same. Event halls, theaters, places of worship. And then, right, if we take all of those and we count them and we just take an average, we didn't have access to the specific square meter of each single building, but we could have an understanding of, okay, this is the rough square meter average for this facility. So we kind of did this simple calculation where, you got the amount of those facilities per the percentage that we've talked before of adaptable space, divided by the 12 square meters, which is approximately the bed space in a field hospital. It can give us the amount of bed that facility can provide us. So that's the huge amount of facilities, of beds, extra bed that we could be counting with, no? And so this 153,000 beds. And if, in fact, if we take a look at those potential and we compare with, is the entire Spain hospital beds, just what we could achieve in Barcelona. And that's the Catalonia hospital beds. So Catalonia is the region, the further region where Barcelona is located. No? So, and this map, what is showing is the potential of this protocol, because what we see is where we have a higher density of these facilities, it's marked in red, and the white dots are the existing hospitals. No, so with this vulnerability index, some adaptable typologies, and taking in consideration the actual count of infection during that time, that's how we created this reactive pandemic protocol. And now let's jump into the proposal. So how we can, first, detection is pretty critical for COVID. We all know that. So by the time there was this system that Google and Apple for the first time, they were working together to get this response. So if you got this private key of it could inform the other person that you've been infected, so he has to be careful and be in quarantine and so on. But so what if the health authority could be directly connected with the city planning response? So what if that risk area at the infected location merge together in order to deploy a protocol? Now, how do we start deploying this protocol I'm all the time talking about? Right, so we start with the detection of infection. We look for an adapted field hospital in the area, which we use those ones that we talked before. Then we want to go one step further, and we want to look for the resources that we have in the area that might be beneficial for us, such as also pharmacies, parkings, factories, restaurants that can provide food for the patients and the health workers, even laundry. So we thought about almost everything. And then even where people can recover, or even, unfortunately, we were seeing even ice rinks being used as morgues. So that's something we also need to keep in mind when designing the planning. So this is like our Internet of Buildings. No? So it's starting by this detection, and it's growing, and is essentially buildings that wasn't designed for that purpose have, they are working all together for this healthcare network. And here I'm just going to show a video that this is a simulation that we created in Grasshopper, which using the real data, which it will allow us to select a building and simulate which ones will be the most appropriate facilities to support that infection. And we could even see some resources, so the number of beds you see here, the number of health personnel, and this is the maximum in the area. That's the best solution, and that's the actual solution in the area. And there is an entire explanation of this simulation that we did that you can just, if you type reactive pandemic protocol online, you'll get to these videos. And then we also wanted to think a little bit beyond that. So, the one-to-one network between those buildings, how would those change? Because again, you're gonna need the shortest path to the hospital, to the actual hospital, connected with the field hospital. You're gonna need extra parking for ambulances. You're gonna need places that, all these things that we've seen of enlarging the pedestrian streets, so how we do that, no? So we also thought about that on how these street sections, you might say, if they will be redesigned. I'm not going to go too much into detail, but and then how those network of buildings. So what we are going to see next is a series of animations that are simulating that the appointed field hospital, which are the supportive facilities that has in less than 300 meters, and which is that shortest path to those, and the ones dotted are that are beyond that 300 meter. So you see here, this is the 28 blocks that we were talking before, and you see the total amount of open spaces that we have. You see the one of each of those iterations. You see that the blue circle is moving. That's one potential solution for that issue, and that's the amount of them within 300 meters, and which is the closest in meters. And we did that with pharmacies, with industries and factories that could generate and create new health masks and provisions and all these. The hotels, restaurants that could support these field hospitals as well, events hall, parkings, etc. No, and what if we put all together and we are able to understand from a glance which is the best solution in my area to give support to these infection and create this field hospital with all this healthcare network supporting. And these are all the iterative solutions that we came up with. And I'm gonna say in here. Then we, as I mentioned, we did this alternative solution, but I don't want to spend too much time on this. And now I'm gonna jump into the work of Gemitech that I'm currently doing. So one sec, if I'm able to find the presentation. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I'm just gonna stop sharing for a second because I need the sound when sharing, so I need to do this. Okay. Now, the work I'm doing right now with Gemitech, it's somehow, it comes with, from that master incident technology on that project that you've shown, we started implementing, I kept, this was my architectural practice. Sorry? I was gonna talk about something else, but if you want, we can have some questions for the project before, and then I'll jump into this. Okay, I'll continue. Okay, so as I was saying, this is somehow, it's a result, it's from partly from that master that I did in Barcelona. So I was in my architectural practice, which is GME Architects. This is based in the north of Bradford. Okay. And we work a lot with regeneration of places, enhancing the community, and you know, with very deprived places that really need rapid solutions and an understanding, a deep understanding of what's going on in the area. So this is the team. These are some of the architecture designs that we do a lot. So Gemitech is like a sister company of GME Architect that is supporting them with the generation of giving insights using data, similar to what we've seen now, that you will see now. So the issue with Gemitech that we are trying to solve is that we are losing the sense of community. We are feeling a community very fragmented, and we are losing of people getting together, using these assets, these facilities in the cafes, the churches, where people actually gather in a community sense. And also because of COVID, I'm sure all of you have heard about this concept idea of the 15 minutes walk-in city or the 20 minutes walk-in city, and how we have everything that we need within our surrounding walking distance, and that has a tremendous impact when thinking about the sustainability and the economic development of a city, because you realize that you don't need to take the car for an hour. Depends on the city or on the country, of course, but you don't need to do that, and that is changing everything, no? So we say that it's all about human interaction. So how can we use the data that we from fixed assets? So every single of those dots that you see on Google Maps of facilities that you have around, and regular activities such as gym classes, for the things happening in sports centers, art classes, etc., and pop-up events, just festivals, tribute bands, meets. How can we do that to achieve purpose for people, cohesion, engagement, people aging in a healthy way, and also how can we do that in a digital way, using all the resources? So we've started doing a pilot in LS6, which is Leeds is the city of the north of the UK. And this is just some statistics comparing Leeds with Great Britain. And as I was saying before, we will start looking at these three components of the city. So fixed assets, this is LS6, that's the boundary. And this is a random path from one point to another. And that's a radius of 500 meters. And you see every single dot is every facility that might be valuable for this person in a community sense, that he has a ramp at every single point, in every single moment. And that's just the count of the quantification and the categorization of those. No? And then through this pilot, we collected a huge amount of activities during a 6-week period. And in here, what we can see is every single of those activities in terms of regular activities. And, you know, we are, in this sense, we are able to build and to have an understanding on where is the most popular thing going on Monday, on Tuesday, Wednesday, which is the most popular starting time, which is the most popular venue putting events and activities for the community, how many of them are paid. And again, if we do the same process for the pop-up events, which are like more things just happening once, we are able to understand this as well. So suddenly you got this new layer of community gathering and community relationship that is giving another value to the understanding of the city itself. And we are developing, so some of these are on prototype stage. We've done some pilots with some councils in the UK. And what we're trying to do is to build some of these tools that can give answers to the problems that the councils, the cities, and the neighborhoods have. No? So I'm just going to run quickly through them. So this is a data dashboard, which is showing you everything that is happening in a dynamic way. So you see that the numbers are changing, all those values are changing. So we collect those events and those insights, and we share this with the councils and with private organizations and publics for them to have an understanding of what's going on in the area. We actually did a project with a few schools in Bradford, in which they were able to see every single thing that they have for the kids within the area. I will talk more about that later. Then we were also developing this 15-minute neighborhood tour. What it will allow us is to, any place of the city, you type your postcode, which is the most common way of location in the UK, and you type which is essential for you in your 15-minute city, because the 15-minute city is a concept that it might be 5 minutes for one person, it might be 30 minutes for another person, because we all have different needs, no? So by having an understanding of, does this place meet my requirements, you are able to design a better city. And what we want to achieve with this is a crowdsourcing type of, so a participatory citizen making, where the citizen itself gives these responses to inform city planning, and then the council can take actions with that. No? And this is just a summary. That's the entire Leeds region, and every single white dot is one of those facilities, and that's just the categorization of them by leisure, green, medical, sports, and subcategories to really go more deep into that. Another tool that we are is this community intelligence profiling. What this is this is just a sample of that data. What you see here is a sample of those events by the different categories. So we got music, cultural, food, religious, wellness, and you see where those are happening through the day. But what if, on top of that, we are able also to aggregate some other type of data, like population data? Where are the most common? Where the young population, or the African median price, the density of restaurants. So what this suddenly allows us to do is to be very specific in the take of the decisions within city planning. Then we also enrich that data. So those fixes that we were seeing before, we categorize them in order to be more beneficial for us. And now we can like a use case will be, okay, we want a place. Imagine that you are a developer or you are the council and you want to do a proposal in the city, and I want to find the place with the previous filter and the most young place. So you are seeing how we are being left out with the most optimal sites within that region, which are those that can serve for this purpose. And now we also look into the granularity of seeing, right, so let's take a look at this. Which are the events happening here? How can we improve that? It can be a synergy with the existing organization that can enhance that community. The last tool is the community app. So, but never mind. So this is we are designing this app that what we want to do is also give this information to the people and to the citizens. So how can we list everything, all those activities that you got down, and you as a citizen are able to have an understanding on what's around me today, tomorrow, this week, depending on which are your. So a bit like there are a few apps that are already doing so. But what we think is this is not having an immediate response on the city planning authorities, and a lot of local events are not shown on those apps, and they are very large, like concerts and so on. So we want really to go into more the local places, and also most of these apps just work in big cities. When you go into a small city in the UK, you got nothing, on those type of apps. So we want to reach that level as well. And just to finish, this is a pilot that we did for the Bradford Council, and they had a program which is the Holiday Activities and Food Program. Just to very quick, this program is funded by the British government. To give the children and the ability, because some of the schools are closed and some because of COVID, so to give the ability to them to participate in activities, keep active, and also give to some of them this the food that they don't have because they are not going to school. And some of them are, they call it free school meal, so they are children eligible to that, and they don't have resources, they live in very deprived areas, etc. So this is just an overview of that. So we build a pilot of the app, and we build this interactive mapping. And these are just some very quick some of the insights that we produced with that. So we gather close to 4,000 activities within the area, and this allowed us to see. This is a heat map this is the city of Bradford. This is Keighley, another city, and it allows you to see the gaps in the area. And actually, if you compare it by ward with the amount of pupils per free school meal, so free school meal eligible children you can get a ratio of, the black ones will be the ones that have a higher ratio, and hence we need to populate with more activities that area, create more connection with existing organizations, etc., etc. And this is the same kind of ratio, but instead of with the organization, with the activities deployed during that time. And this is just also a glimpse of those are all the organizations within Bradford that they were putting activities, and that's the lower that we see and the bigger the bubble. It means that those organizations they were better in the sense of putting more activities for the community. And then they also can see, your organization and see yourself with the low average, you might be kind of, not ashamed, but you want to do better for the whole community, and we can generate responses and actions within the city. And this is the preview map that we're seeing. But what you see there on that's an isochrone that is 15-minute walking distance. And like, for example, in here you got 16,000 people, or in here you got 6,000, 9,000. So all those people are being left out to have a near access to those improvements and to those activities happening within the area. And these are just a summary of those the most left out wards that and their the number of free school meals and the number of organizations and activities, etc. And that's it. This is everything from my side. I'm gonna stop sharing now. I hope I didn't bore people that were hoping to see buildings, but this is what we're trying to do: generate a larger knowledge of an understanding of what's around you. How can we create synergies, create connections from existing places to improve the city that we already have? Because we have a huge amount of infrastructure that it just needs to be designed and planned better. But most of it, again, it depends on the culture, on the country. But in some of them, this is already a layer that we can be improving, and we can be adding value to everything that we do in a urbanism and urban design scale. And again, if someone need, we actually, I want to mention that we are registered as partners with the International of Social Trade, and this is something that we can roll out internationally in other places, and we are open to collaborations to use this amount of data to generate better outcomes. And you can just type in gemitech.com, and you can have the links and the contacts there. And thanks everyone for listening. And again, thank you for inviting me. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Hello, are you getting me? Hello?
Hello, Cedric, yeah?
Yeah. Thanks for the nice presentation. It was quite insightful, so it was not as boring as you thought it will be.
Sorry? Can you repeat that? I didn't hear.
Yes, it was quite insightful, so it was not as boring
thank you.
as you thought it would be. So, are there any questions in the hall? Okay, I'll be taking questions and typing it to you through WhatsApp. For it to go faster, you read through and answer.
Okay, brilliant. Right. Yeah, I just got your question. Is the approach applicable in in an African context. I think it definitely is, and our aim is to do this internationally at some point. We are rolling out some pilots in the UK because it's where the business is based and where we have more connections, and also the availability of data is richer in that sense. But definitely we are open, and we would love to apply this in other continents, other countries, and totally open for that. So yes, not in the immediate term, but as a medium long term, in a few years, we are definitely we want to be doing this in other places, and even now we would be open to discussion to see how we can make this happen. I'm open to collaboration with rural areas. As I said, we are open to discussions in any place, but it's going to depend. You know, there's a lot of factors that we need to have in consideration, such as one of the most critical ones is the availability of data. But we are partnering with some big players, and you know, like Google and Foursquare, that they have an amount of data available for internationally. So yeah, I mean, definitely we could. Our strategy for Barcelona on ground, we that was it was an academical project, as I said, done in the Institute for Advanced Architecture, and we were in conversations on making this happen for real. But unfortunately, we weren't able to do this. I did hear that some of this. Not the same, but a similar approach was taking place. So they were using some data to give some responses, but unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity to apply it in reality. It was more an academic project. That's a question that we got a lot, and because of time constraint, and we focused on doing the project just specifically to COVID, to this type of pandemic. But we even thought we started the project thinking about other disaster, because it was about risk. You know, how do you manage better and respond better to disasters? So we did consider at the beginning, you know, floodings, earthquakes, and another type of disasters. And we did some work on how that could be applied into others. It's just the weight and the parameters will have to change, because the context is completely different. And also, if we were to apply into a different context, we might find out that the data that we find is that some of those things cannot happen. So in this case, it was more appropriate to think of and we could take further. Is a pattern? No, not yet, but we are in the process of that. return on the method on we can just inform you when that happens. We've submitted to some competitions such as the Archi-Talk that we won the innovation award, and some other DR competition that we won the first prize. Ships. You mean if you mean with Gemita, with my current role, if there is an opportunity to apply this in any area that you might be interested to, we will be open to discussions to collaborate and have this internship. Can you follow students for this? Yeah. I'm more than happy to talk to any students that it's interested in this topic and that can give to enrich their proposal, their thesis. So please feel free to contact me, and I'm quite busy lately, but I'll do my best to answer it and to be of help. If I'm I could, as I said, I'm quite busy, so I cannot promise that I'm gonna. But if time allows and circumstances allows, I'm more than happy if anyone wants to write me for suggestions, and I'm happy to talk to that person. So yeah. I'm interested in working in the sector for my cities. How should I start? That's well, it depends. It depends on what you're working on, because this was targeting a very specific problem, which is the pandemic. If your project is about social housing, or is about creating better transport connections, I don't know. I think that's the first thing that you need to know. From that, then you need to find which are the parameters, do a lot of research as well of what's been done, how it's been done, and how the finding of that data, if available, can help you giving those responses. So it's a bit tricky to know how to start. Always by researching, that for sure. But if you want to elaborate, I'm happy to help. That seems okay. Got another question. In Africa, we have, yeah. As I said, this was done during academically, and it was targeting a very specific problem. So, I mean, you're asking if this could be developed for other, such as cholera, Ebola, and etc. It will definitely could be an opportunity to develop something like that. Yes, I think.
Hi, I think we'll stop like this with questions. There's a high interest, mostly in the ability of using that methodology elsewhere, and hopefully you pattern the methodology, and since you're a tech guy, maybe create a software or a platform where information from specific pandemics or situation can be entered in a soft, and then you have simulations. So maybe we open a workshop with you when you have time to discuss about feasibility of such a thing, because we lack information in Africa mostly, and we need to process information in a pattern way. So you must move from academy to operation now, my friend.
Yeah, that sounds interesting, and let's explore it. If as I said, I'm unfortunately quite busy lately, but we can have a discussion on what we can do about it. So.
Okay. So we're privileged to have you, and thankful because it was able to be live and not pre-recorded. So once more, thank you, and we'll keep on together. So have a nice day and enjoy the rest of the conference if you can.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Cedric. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day. Thanks.
Billinger.
I'm sleeping. Okay, so we just from receiving Alejandro, who was talking about using data to inform urban and community decision making. We're now going to have a short break. We are going to have a long short break. And then we're going to follow with Cedric Chabin, who's going to talk about rooted and smart decisions as a starting point towards resilience. Then we will follow by me, Belinga Daniel. Oh, I will start. Okay. Then we'll have our closing ceremonies and the following speeches. So let us lead us to the break, the long break.
Converge. Crises. Converge. 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 déjà, merci pour la présentation. Et en fait, ma question est de savoir si dans ces constructions en fait, qui sont écologiques, on tient compte du fait peut-être que les plantes, comme ils ont tendance à évoluer, à progresser, genre les racines poussent et tout ça. Comment en fait l'édifice va se comporter face à sa progression en fait. Si tu constates quand il y a dans certaines constructions, les racines sont genre, ça pèse sur des murs et consorts. Je me demande alors bon, si on y a... Merci pour la présentation en fait. Et, en fait, ma question est de savoir si dans ces constructions en fait qui sont écologiques.
Ok, donc si j'ai bien compris ta question, c'est vu que les arbres poussent, est-ce que les racines ne vont pas
se comporter face à sa progression.
Ok.
On constate quand il y a dans certaines
Definitely. Anyway, déjà ça va dépendre des choix des différentes plantations. Je pense pas que toutes les racines sont étendues. Il y en a qui partent plutôt en profondeur. Hein? Maintenant, tout ça en général, l'architecte travaille avec l'environnementaliste, travaille avec l'urbaniste, qui est peut-être plus spécialisé dans ce domaine-là. Est-ce que ça va vraiment déranger? Non. Ça a déjà fait ses preuves ailleurs, ça peut faire ses preuves ici. On va utiliser les méthodes qui nous aident à aller dans un sens plus vert. Donc, oui, les arbres sont très importants dans notre lancée écologique, au moins dans où est-ce qu'on compte aller. Et nous avons besoin de remplacer au moins la verdure qu'on a au moins dans notre environnement en fonction de en fonction de la superficie qu'on a utilisée, par exemple, pour implanter un bâtiment. On a besoin aussi de supporter ça avec une plantation autour pour avoir justement une baisse. Comme je montrais tout à l'heure dans un des graphes, il parlait de la montée de carbone dioxyde. Il faut que ça descende. Alors, tout le monde le sait, c'est l'oxygène dont on a besoin pour extraire ça. Donc, on a besoin de ces arbres-là autour de nous. Any further questions? Okay, so thank you. We are now going to present the architect receiving us today, Almighty Cedric Chaban, co-founder of Chorus Architecture, our special mentor. He's going to talk about rooted and smart designs as a starting point towards resilience.
I'm not almighty, Father. So, good afternoon to everybody. Bonsoir à tout le monde. Je vais essayer, I'll try my best to present in French. Hopefully, I'll get through it because the presentation was prepared in English. But nevertheless, I'll start by the quote of Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it is done. Tout semble toujours impossible jusqu'à ce que cela soit réalisé. Like she said, I'm Cedric Chamba from Chorus Architecture, like many others here. So, okay, rooted and smart design. Je sais un peu. Rooted and smart design. Aujourd'hui, il y a une cible sur la planète. Cette cible-là, c'est nous-mêmes qui avons le fusil en face et qui sommes les snipers. C'est équipé de balles liées à notre incapacité à gérer, mismanagement of resources, notre incapacité à gérer les ressources, notre incapacité à construire sainement, notre incapacité à construire une côte durablement. Et cela n'est pas arrivé de manière opinée ni anodine, c'est le fait d'un processus, d'un parcours dont le boom peut être situé au moment de la révolution industrielle et à notre capacité à maîtriser
de nouvelles formes de technologie qui nous ont rendus plus performants dans notre aptitude à détruire notre environnement. Un des apports du changement climatique, de la révolution industrielle, c'est le capitalisme. Il nous a donné la mentalité créative et la force de eager to always be, d'être toujours en train de chercher davantage de solutions pour améliorer notre quotidien, mais seulement on l'a toujours fait de façon standard. D'où cette cible-là. Alors, il est question de dire que si le cercle, avec le point d'interrogation, présente la situation actuelle, et on appelle ça développement, alors ça interroge. Si le développement a amené à la destruction, alors qu'on avait avant une planète saine, une planète équilibrée, une planète en harmonie avec elle-même, il se pose un problème. Comment doit-on redéfinir le concept de développement? Est-ce que c'est en ajoutant simplement le mot durable à côté? Alors, cela donc implique qu'il y a plusieurs perspectives à partir de ce moment. Vers quel futur on va aller? A, c'est l'état initial. B, c'est la planète actuelle. C, c'est une des destinations. Et la destination C amène à no life, c'est-à-dire pas de vie. Parce que ce sera la réduction des ressources avec l'accroissement de la population, la réduction de l'équilibre écosystémique. Comme elle a si bien dit, on aura perdu 95% des espèces vivantes d'ici 2070 si on ne fait rien. Ça, ce sont les accords de Paris qui le disent. Doit-on être climato-sceptique ou bien se dire que c'est là une opportunité de penser autrement? Et s'il faut penser autrement, vers quelle destination allons-nous? Est-ce que c'est la destination, cette fois-ci C2, c'est-à-dire vers une forme de durabilité dans laquelle on n'a plus les mêmes ressources, mais on vit avec résilience. On essaye de se battre au quotidien pour harmoniser notre environnement avec notre façon de vivre. Mais là encore, il se pose un problème. La croissance va disparaître. Parce qu'il n'y aura plus de croissance économique, il n'y aura plus de croissance sociale, il n'y aura plus de croissance. On va perdre même les droits et les libertés parce que pour que les ressources soient équilibrées, il faut qu'on équilibre la demande, on équilibre le besoin. C'est-à-dire que peut-être il faut faire disparaître une partie des habitants de la planète ou bien les faire vivre dans des conditions dans lesquelles ils ne sont plus épanouis. Or, pendant 200 ans, ils ont vécu dans une certaine forme d'opulence, même si elle était standardisée. Donc, la première, en C1, on n'a pas de vie. En C2, on n'a pas de croissance. Cela n'est pas envisageable. Existe-t-il donc une autre variable? La preuve, c'est donc que si on quitte de B à C1, on va forcément retomber à C2, on va forcément retomber à C1. Parce qu'à un moment donné, on va retrouver les mêmes situations. Et une fois de plus, la vie va disparaître. Il faut donc penser à une autre option. À une autre option. Mais de quelle option s'agit-il? Et c'était ça l'objet principal de notre regroupement et de notre rencontre ici, là. D'écouter les uns et les autres parler des perspectives qu'ils offrent comme des alternatives. Il faut absolument que la durabilité, la résilience, le post-carbone et la croissance aillent de pair pour permettre ce qu'on appelle l'équité, qui est différent de l'égalité. Next slide. OK. Il s'agit donc de quelle perspective? Elon Musk, que vous connaissez bien, m'a dit qu'on veut tous un futur meilleur. Et le futur doit toujours être meilleur que le passé. Si le passé c'est B, C2 est peut-être meilleur, mais il nous aboutira à C1. Si le passé c'est A, alors vers quel nouvel avenir faut-il aller? Comment interroger cet avenir-là? Est-ce qu'il faut aller de manière hasardeuse en commençant par l'état actuel? Et moi, j'ai appelé ce futur C3-là « No worries », plus de soucis.
Un peu comme Mandeli de CPD Afrique appelait ces perspectives de départ perfect architecture. Yeah. No worries. La question donc qui se pose, c'est que a-t-il existé un moment sur Terre où on a été dans cet état de grâce-là, où on pouvait dire que we are not worrying. Voilà. Donc, il faut donc annuler la perspective qui va à C1 et celle qui va à C2. C'est-à-dire, il faut promouvoir à la fois la vie et la croissance et aller vers C3. Comme je disais tout à l'heure, have you ever experienced no worries? À quel moment? On se rend donc compte qu'au moment A, suite passe, comme certains disent, on a pu expérimenter cette stratégie-là. Et comme il faut donc croître tout en développant sainement, on ne va pas reproduire A, mais on va partir à A+. Le plus signifiant qu'il y a un plus à cela et il y a une infinité de possibilités à la croissance. So how to achieve A+. Donc comment y arriver? Tout au long de cet événement, vous avez eu des pistes de solutions. Et je résume cela dans cet arbre. On peut appeler arbre de croissance des possibles. Tout ce qui est en marron, clair ou foncé représente les points dans lesquels nous sommes actuellement avec le développement en partant de A. On a utilisé le potentiel du sol, que l'arbre a puisé, l'arbre de la connaissance, l'arbre de nos recherches, l'arbre de nos imaginations. Et on est allé explorer jusqu'au bout. Il est question de revenir donc vers les points de départ pour aller vers un développement, pour aller vers A+. On a de part et d'autre là l'architecture moderne, le déconstructivisme, je ne sais pas moi trop, le cubisme, l'architecture même vernaculaire, qui n'avait pas le confort optimal, l'architecture traditionnelle pour mieux l'appeler, ou locale, ainsi de suite. Donc, il est question de revenir vers le point où on a les ancrages verts dans l'arbre pour remonter vers A+. Revenir parce qu'on s'est rendu compte que l'époque de No Worries, c'était probablement dans le passé. Mais ce passé-là ne suffit plus. Donc, vers où allons-nous? Il y a plusieurs points. Déjà, il faut agrandir notre espace vital. Ça, c'est la première piste de solution et la plus répandue. En allant sur la Lune, développer Mars, développer les fonds marins. Mais ce sont des formes de colonisation qui, si elles ne sont pas maîtrisées, vont juste aboutir à l'agrandissement de notre potentiel de destruction. Parce qu'on va toujours augmenter la population. Ou bien il va falloir qu'il y ait un coût social qui va affecter la population pour garder ses ressources. Mais c'est une des possibilités à envisager parce qu'il faut absolument augmenter la capacité de déploiement de notre potentiel en tant qu'humain dans l'univers qui est à notre disposition, quoi que cela en coûte. Il y a d'autres perspectives comme celles qui ont été présentées par Leandro Quinto, qui est la technologie. L'intelligence artificielle nous ouvre la possibilité de multiplier la capacité de réflexion ou de réaction et de développer des schémas qui permettent de résoudre les problèmes plus rapidement ou de façon dite intelligente. Il y a le biomimétisme qui s'inspire de la nature pour reproduire artificiellement ses possibles. Ce qui fait donc que depuis qu'on a commencé à parler de développement durable, il y a plusieurs tendances. Dès le départ, on a dit limiter la pollution, qui n'est absolument pas une solution, mais qui est un pas. Parce que limiter, ça veut dire polluer moins, mais polluer tout de même. Ensuite, on est passé de limiter la pollution à net zero emission, c'est-à-dire construire des habitats qui ne produisent aucun déchet. C'est bien, mais ça n'empêche pas notre capacité à occuper les espaces. Il faut dire que tout ce que l'homme construit inerte, jusqu'à présent bien sûr, est inerte et c'est un déplacement de matière qui sort de leur système de fonction avec un processus de transformation. Vous allez entendre parler de béton bio, de parpaing bio, de tout ceci bio, ainsi de suite, qui ne produisent rien, mais qui restent d'une matière qui a été dégagée d'un endroit où il est impossible de compenser à 100%. Actuellement, dans le monde, on réfléchit sur les bio-based technologies, c'est-à-dire de recréer le vivant à une échelle limitée, comme la végétalisation naturelle par exemple, toutes les façades vertes et ces éléments. Il reste que le mur est toujours inerte, même si la façade et l'élément devient vivant. Il est donc question de passer à une nouvelle étape qui est celle de construire la vie. C'est-à-dire, une de nos idées et un de nos objectifs à courir, c'est de participer à la création des maisons codées qui auront un ADN. Un ADN vivant ou bien un ADN qui se développe comme l'ADN humain. C'est-à-dire qu'à base d'une naissance, elle peut croître, s'adapter, envoyer des anticorps, des anti-ceci et vivre indépendamment du système vivant. Si on s'inspire de la forêt, on va se rendre compte que la forêt a des systèmes qui permettent de mettre en corrélation tous les éléments et que dans la forêt, il n'y a pas de déchets. C'est pour ça qu'on a développé ce schéma-ci d'analyse. Quels sont les besoins, quels sont les problèmes, quelles sont les possibles solutions. Et on met ça dans un système rotatif où on analyse des modèles, on les contextualise, on applique, on fait par essai-erreur. C'est la seule solution. Et pour ce faire, on a donc décidé que la première étape, puisqu'il s'agit ici de la première étape, on n'y est pas encore dans les maisons codées vivantes. Mais on sait que c'est possible parce que si on prend l'exemple de la tour Eiffel, qui n'est pas codée, mais déjà qui est bien inspirée, on se rend compte que c'est l'imitation de l'os humain, du tibia en l'occurrence, qui permet de réduire la quantité de matière à utiliser pour la tour Eiffel tout en élevant. On sait que les ossements ont 4 fois la résistance du béton armé en termes de matière comparée. Mais pourtant, c'est bien plus léger. Donc, cette complexité-là, il est question pour nous de l'assimiler et de l'appliquer à plusieurs échelles. La première, étant celle que je vais présenter aujourd'hui, qui a été l'expérience de Coris jusqu'à aujourd'hui, c'était l'autonomie. Pourquoi? Quand on va dans notre passé, on se rend compte que le manque de besoins vient du fait qu'on trouve tout dans notre environnement immédiat. Donc, on aura toujours des maisons mortes, mais on va autonomiser les systèmes qui sont autour. Je vais l'illustrer à travers un projet. Je vais demander à la régie de passer une vidéo avant de passer à quelques expériences qu'on a eues avec quelques projets. Et je ferai l'effort de ne me présenter que des projets qu'on appelle dans notre contexte réel, c'est-à-dire client et client. Là, il s'agit d'un projet avec FBI et Fire Bible Institute. L'idée, c'est de créer un centre d'incubation qui s'appellera World Changers Center. En périphérique de Yaoundé, proximité du quartier Colbison. L'objectif est d'influencer grâce à ce centre de formation l'ensemble des pays qui sont marqués là. La position du Cameroun a rendu le pays idéal pour la réalisation de ce projet. Ici, on a l'étape de net zéro et de biosource. Le design est influencé par le goût du client, mais il faut être impétueux pour pouvoir insérer ou intégrer les éléments dont on a besoin. Pour revenir sur les arbres, pendant que la vidéo passe, présenter les différents éléments en attendant la partie conceptuelle. Chaque plante a son potentiel. Quand on était à l'école, il y avait un cours d'espace physique où on demandait de choisir un type d'arbre en fonction d'un certain nombre d'années. La physique, c'était un peu compliqué. Mais l'idée, c'était de dire qu'il y a un développement racinaire maximal. À partir de ce développement racinaire maximal, on peut connaître le poids final de l'arbre et l'étendue de ses racines. À partir de ce moment, on peut créer un contenant approprié. Et le contenant devra prendre en compte la capacité de nutrition de cette plante à partir de la terre qu'on a dégagée là. Zéro waste veut dire qu'on fait du compostage, comme vous avez pu voir les étangs de compostage. On fait de l'aquaponie, de l'aquaculture qui permet l'enrichissement plus rapide des éléments. Et ce n'est pas que la durabilité pratique, il y a aussi une durabilité fonctionnelle. Il y a aussi une durabilité fonctionnelle qui permet d'équilibrer les différents éléments qui entrent en compte dans l'espace.
Et que le World Changer Center, qui à la base n'était qu'un lieu d'incubation des adultes, se retrouve être un lieu où les enfants sont accueillis, les plus jeunes sont accueillis à travers des espaces de coworking, les employés, les bureaux, ainsi de suite. Vous voyez un event center de 2000 places. Un autre élément qui a été développé dans ce projet, c'est le rooftop. Comme on le constate dans nos rues, elles sont envahies par les activités qui ont été cataloguées comme informelles, mais qui sont très, très formelles du fait qu'elles accompagnent nos populations chaque jour dans leurs besoins et dans l'atteinte de leurs objectifs financiers principalement. Donc, on s'est dit que au lieu de normaliser les toitures en tôle qui augmentent la chaleur au niveau du microclimat, on peut développer des rooftops et déplacer toutes ces activités-là vers le toit en créant dans la ville des parcours qui permettent de monter et descendre. Yaoundé, déjà, tu ne peux pas marcher sans monter et descendre naturellement. Donc, personne ne serait gêné de monter et descendre artificiellement si cela permet de décongestionner les zones de circulation et de l'air verdi. Et dans un rooftop, on a donc la même ambiance que dans une rue, peut-être plus structurée. On va retrouver dans les bénétariats et tous ces trucs-là. On a donc des habitations. Je vous garde les détails. Un Vocational Training Center, c'est un centre de formation. Aussi, on a pensé à changer le système éducatif avec YouTube et toutes ces plateformes. L'école ne doit servir plus que de cadrage et non de lieu d'apprentissage des formules mortes. Comme je dis à tous les ingénieurs principalement, parce que l'architecture reste créative dans une certaine mesure, même si on répète des schémas. Quand tu es diplômé d'une école, au moment où tu sors, tout ce que tu as appris est dépassé, surtout dans ce monde qui va vite. Donc, planifier sa carrière sur le dimensionnement des sections d'armature que tu vas comparer avec un abac, c'est une bonne chose si tu réussis à avoir de l'argent pour influencer autrement, mais c'est un stress pour la planète. On a donc fait l'effort d'utiliser le bambou et tous ces matériaux-là qu'on peut faire pousser sur place pour renouveler le bâtiment, sachant que ça fixe plus de carbone que les arbres de la forêt, tout en grandissant plus rapidement, donc c'est plus avantageux. Et sur les toits les plus élevés, on se dit que ça peut être vertigineux pour les activités en rooftop, sans protection, sans, comme sa mère parlait d'aluminium, glace, donc le vitrage transparent. Avant d'y arriver, il faut faire autrement. Avancez la vidéo, s'il vous plaît. Bien, laissez pas. Donc, nous sommes en phase design. Ce projet, on collabore avec des cabinets à Singapour qui font partie des financeurs. Donc, on doit justifier tout ce qu'on fait de façon un peu plus acharnée. Donc, ça, c'est l'approche générale que nous on utilise. Pourquoi? En attendant de concevoir des bâtiments vivants qui vont grandir d'eux-mêmes, muter d'eux-mêmes, se soigner par eux-mêmes, avoir des formes appropriées, l'ergonomie qu'il faut d'abord s'assurer qu'on ne touche plus à la planète telle qu'elle est et qu'on l'exploite au maximum. Vous allez remarquer que la cour du site a par exemple des pavés où c'est coulé. Nous, on le déconseillerait parce que ça réduit l'infiltration, ça augmente le potentiel d'inondation. Parce que les eaux iront quelque part, vont s'accumuler là-bas et se déplacer. Il faut laisser l'infiltration naturelle pour favoriser le processus de respiration du sol, ce qui crée même des contenus et des réserves d'eau douce encore plus grandes. Donc, on permet à l'eau d'entrer. Mettez un peu pause, s'il vous plaît, à la vidéo. On permet à l'eau de pénétrer dans le sol grâce à la pluie, ce qui fait que les forages restent fonctionnels. Vous allez remarquer qu'il y a des endroits forts et après un moment, il n'y a plus d'eau. La personne n'a rien fait pour qu'il n'y ait plus d'eau, mais c'est l'accumulation de la modification du microclimat dans la zone. L'hydrographie est atteinte. Parce que quand on voit l'eau dans l'océan, elle n'apparaît pas. Ça commence chez chacun d'entre nous. Et je pense que c'est plus sain de faire, par exemple, des pas japonais pour donner une solution simple. À ceux qui ne voudront pas marcher sur les gazons avec leurs talons, pour ne pas s'enfoncer. solution simple serait peut-être des pâtes japonais qui occupent moins d'espace. Pourquoi ne pas les faire avec la pierre qui est une matière minérale qui peut être en harmonie d'une certaine façon avec le sol? Pourquoi ne pas penser à la brique de terre stabilisée, cuite, la brique cuite par exemple, que tu peux mettre à même le sol. L'idéal donc c'est de comprendre comment fonctionnent tous les différents éléments constitutifs de l'espace. On va se rendre compte qu'à la fin c'est plus économique, mais parce qu'il y a un léger changement, comme un aîné me disait tout à l'heure, les entrepreneurs ne vont pas vouloir s'investir parce que ça demande un effort d'adaptation qui n'est pas parfois un effort technique, mais juste sortir de la routine, c'est pas évident. Continuons la vidéo. On va donc utiliser le soleil avec les plaques photovoltaïques. Mais en Afrique, jusqu'à présent, je priorise l'usage du biogaz parce que les plaques solaires adaptées à notre climat ne sont pas encore répandues. Elles sont fabriquées pour les zones tempérées. En moralité, ça se garde rapidement et c'est dû à la surchauffe. Il y a aussi un problème de batterie. Je ne sais pas si vous avez déjà entendu parler de ZERI, une initiative de Gunther Paoli, Zero Emission Initiative, qui s'attarde à créer de nouvelles formes d'énergie. On obtient donc un bâtiment qui certes n'est pas encore la solution, mais qui dans notre contexte permet d'éviter de détruire davantage l'environnement pendant que les recherches sont en train d'être poussées pour autre chose. S'il vous plaît, on peut passer au deuxième PowerPoint. Normalement, ici finissait la présentation, mais certains de mes amis ont bien voulu qu'on parle un peu de quelques-uns de nos projets, mais de manière directe et non conceptuelle. Footprint, toujours ça. Quelle empreinte on laisse? Bon, il y a 2 gars là qui sont à Luna. Et donc l'objectif, c'est d'utiliser l'environnement naturel au maximum. C'est pour ça qu'ils disent qu'ils réinventent le high-tech approach à travers des designs hybrides. Et le slogan, c'est « We build houses, habitat, homes, people and communities ». Parce que, comme le dit Daniel Libenski, une maison, c'est un musée, c'est une synagogue, c'est une habitation, ainsi de suite. Parce qu'il ne fait aucune différence entre les différents éléments. À partir du moment où ce qu'il conçoit permet d'influencer. Plus ou moins dans cette même lancée, nous on a dit que chaque maison qu'on aura l'opportunité de bâtir, que ce soit physiquement ou conceptuellement, doit pouvoir développer le foyer, l'habitat, les personnes et les communautés. Là, on a donc un de nos projets. Le client s'appelle Mamoudou Kermi. On l'a développé en collaboration avec Fuman Adroom. Du moins, ce qu'on fait, c'est qu'on rend tous nos projets réels, conceptuels et qui ça peut atteindre l'objectif d'une de nos cibles. Comme par exemple CPD Africa hier. Ça peut être facilement soumis à CPD Africa. Ce qui fait que c'est plus facile pour nous de faire les concours parce que tous les projets sont comme un concours. Il suffit de l'adapter aux besoins du concours et de le soumettre. Du coup, on va dire multiple award winning alors que c'est sur la base des projets réels. Il s'agit de réutiliser, comme il disait hier, réinterpréter la culture Matakam parce que la durabilité est aussi culturelle et ce sera ça le plus gros défi. Ça le plus gros défi. Comme vous pouvez voir à l'intérieur, l'art africain, entre guillemets, est réinterprété pour les circulations, pour rompre avec la monotonie. Et puis, les intérieurs ne sont ni lissés ni carrelés, c'est perméable même à l'intérieur. On a des plans d'eau qui servent de climatisation. C'est lié à l'analyse du climat. Bon, je n'ai pas les schémas de simulation ici, parce que ça, ce sont des images de présentation, où on simule l'efficacité énergétique à travers des plateformes appropriées pour connaître comment le climat fonctionne dedans et quelles sont les solutions qu'il faut pour climatiser. Et ce plan d'eau-là, d'une profondeur de 60 cm, avec un diamètre, je crois que c'est 1,80, je me rappelle bien, était idéal pour rafraîchir cette pièce-là vu sa position. Et on a donc muté la fonction pour transformer ça comme le baobab naturel où les parents à l'extrême nord s'asseyent, du moins dans les zones sahéliennes en général, pour discuter. On va de même pour le type d'éclairage qui a été choisi. Tout est analysé pour une efficience accentuée. C'est qu'il y a des gens qui aiment les questions liées aux matériaux. On va les laisser deviner. Là, c'est un concept, c'est plus un projet réel. Mais l'idée, c'est de se dire à quoi peut ressembler nos villes 2.0. On a donc parlé de Yagua ici, Musgum 2.0 et Growth by Scale. À la base, quand les premiers explorateurs arrivent, la case Musgum a 25 mètres de haut, sans armature, comme on connaît bien. C'est-à-dire avec une coque fine qui ne dépassait pas les 40 cm. Et généralement, ça arrivait même à 40 à cause des réflexions sur la façon d'augmenter la matière sur la case précédente. Mais ils arrivaient à 25 mètres de haut. Donc l'idée, c'est, si la présentation de Mojtaba avait pu aboutir, c'est qu'on utilise l'impression 3D pour reproduire la case. On essaye de voir à travers les logiciels type BIM et CAD aussi, comment remodéliser des éléments qui peuvent nous permettre de constituer ce genre de forme. Donc nous, on essaye donc d'empiler 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rangées de ces cases-là pour créer une tour, pour qu'un village ne soit plus étendu, mais devienne vertical. Il fonctionne comme un village, tout en étant vertical. La forme des planchers aussi, sur ce volume est lié à l'analyse de l'éclairage, de l'ensoleillement et des possibles. Parce que ça reste un concept. À chaque fois que ça reste un lieu, on peut simuler, faire varier la position des planchers pour avoir l'éclairage optimum qu'il faut. Et l'éclairage à travers ces petits motifs-là, qui, bien qu'étant décoratifs, ont la surface appropriée et les angles qu'il faut pour accueillir l'incidence lumineuse. Et comme vous pouvez voir l'ambiance à l'entrée, c'est comme un petit village futuriste. Et on garde le côté pénombre de la zone en sachant que même avec le réchauffement climatique, dans le village qui était un ensemble de cases devient un ensemble de tours, ce qui fait qu'on libère un maximum d'espace de végétation. Pour ceux qui suivent les actualités camerounaises, récemment, il y a eu un conflit entre deux corps socio-professionnels, tels que présentés par le gouvernement, mais qui en même temps font partie de deux ethnies ou groupes ethniques différents. D'autres sont des pêcheurs, d'autres sont des éleveurs. Et le combat vient du fait que chacun a besoin d'espace vital pour pratiquer son activité. Donc, en libérant les espaces et en libérant le sol, en créant ces tours dans cette zone-là, cela nous permettrait déjà d'accentuer le tourisme parce qu'on va faire évoluer les cases Musgum qui sont déjà attractives vers quelque chose de plus attractif, bien que ce ne soit pas encore vivant, j'insiste sur ce terme-là, et transformer chaque tour en un ou plusieurs villages pour garder la façon de vivre. Et bien sûr, les animaux sont bien évidemment invités. C'est pour ça que quand on regarde l'image précédente, même en extérieur, que ce soit en extérieur ou en intérieur, il y a des plans d'eau qui savoureux. Ouais, là on passe s'associer à une autre réflexion. Comment faire une rencontre culturelle à partir des potentiels. Mais là, les ingénieurs vont aimer, c'est lié aux matériaux beaucoup plus. Comment les faire se rencontrer, comment utiliser d'autres systèmes de construction qui sont faciles à reconstituer. On fait fi de tous les détails. On obtient donc une installation comme celle-ci qui pourrait remplacer les supermarchés, les hypermarchés qu'on a par quelque chose qui s'intègre mieux dans le paysage, qui n'a pas besoin du même système de refroidissement, ainsi de suite, et qui nous permet d'aller faire nos emplettes ou bien nos discussions dans des lieux plus ancrés dans l'espace. Et on permet à ce que le bâtiment ne bloque pas les circulations du vent, mais on le met hors pluie, quoi. Il faut bien protéger les interments. Ça, on en a parlé. Là, il s'agit d'un concours en Mozambique pour la proposition d'école. Le concept, c'était Wave of Change, les vagues de changement, parce que l'idée, c'est de combattre l'inondation. Et le patio est un endroit idéal pour le faire.
C'est-à-dire, à chaque fois, il faut maximiser la possibilité pour que les eaux de pluie s'infiltrent naturellement et que ça circule entre les bâtiments. Au-delà de ce concept, il fallait végétaliser. Ça se rapproche un peu de ce que Martin Petrus présentait le matin en termes d'organisation spatiale. Les matériaux, ici, on va simplement dire qu'ils sont inspirés d'une approche type Djebedo Kéré ou Myriam Kamara, mais avec une fenêtre d'angle, une fois de plus, liée à l'analyse de la ventilation dans la zone. Et la largeur des murs ne permettant pas l'ouverture maximale qui était appropriée, on a fait des ouvertures d'angle. Bon, comme c'est en plein pied, on peut simplement mettre un poteau en croisant des briques. Là, il s'agit d'un concours, International Competition, que j'ai fait en collaboration avec un de mes amis de la fondation qui s'appelle Thomas Gosler. On a travaillé ensemble sur l'hôpital de Biémassi de Yaoundé. Le concept, c'était Expand Biémassi Hospital. Comme je l'ai dit, il faut rencontrer la culture avec les potentiels. Donc, vous allez voir la végétalisation ici. Ça ne joue pas seulement le rôle d'amélioration du microclimat, mais ça permet d'intégrer les plantes médicinales dans l'hôpital. Sur le plan de vue fonctionnel, il y a même des laboratoires d'analyse de ces éléments-là. Jusqu'ici, on n'a pas une loi cadre qui encadre vraiment la médecine traditionnelle, mais il y a des lois permissives qui autorisent, si tu as fait tes preuves, à exercer. Mais l'architecte peut faire la proposition, et c'était notre cas ici. L'hôpital de Biémassi a été conçu pour une population qui a quadruplé. Donc, c'est-à-dire qu'elle est inscrite dans le district de santé de la ville de Yaoundé 6, mais n'est même plus à même de soutenir la population d'un seul des quartiers de Yaoundé 6. Donc, il était question de faire un hôpital qui peut croître et ça entrait avec les problèmes comme le coronavirus, par exemple. Quand on regarde, nous, on a réduit les espaces. On s'est dit, s'il y avait un couvert végétal, on avait analysé la forêt, le bassin du Congo, dont Yaoundé fait partie, en termes de canopée végétale. Quel est le potentiel de plantes qui avait été détruit? Dans cette zone, si on simule, il y aurait eu quelle quantité? On fait ce qu'on appelle total replacement avec les plantes et on construit sans détruire la nature. Ceux qui connaissent la zone savent qu'il y a un stade à l'extrémité. Entre le stade et l'hôpital, on crée une place. Actuellement, il n'y a rien. Il y a juste un ravin. L'hôpital est directement créé, mais on crée une place. Cette place-là permet de mettre l'hôpital au cœur du quartier, au cœur des îlots, et une place à coudre, quelques escaliers, un arbre, un espace vierge. On ramène l'hôpital vers l'avant. On le fait avec une structure, cette fois-ci très simple, de 3 mètres par 3 mètres, qui peut être remplie au besoin. Et donc, en cas de pandémie, on peut étendre l'hôpital vers le stade. Si les plans se voient bien, vous verrez qu'il y a des bureaux spécialisés pour la technologie. Je peux rester chez moi, je me fais consulter grâce à un drone ou à un robot ou à mon téléphone pendant que le médecin est là-bas. Les médicaments me sont envoyés directement chez moi à partir d'un drone. Pour cela, on a tous les téléphones et tous des GPS, ce qui fait que ça évite d'aller être contaminé et ça permet aux familles d'être à côté de leurs malades, parce que ça, c'est inévitable. Et en même temps, il y a 2 tours d'escalier là-bas, ça permet donc une double circulation, circulation des malades, circulation des personnes. Parce qu'ici, à moins de mettre le billet à l'entrée de l'hôpital, billet pour ceux qui sont en ligne, c'est l'armée, pour empêcher les familles d'entrer, elles iront parce que ça fait partie de la culture locale. Donc, il était question de toucher tous ces éléments-là. Comment traiter l'acoustique avec des matériaux réversibles? Quand on parle d'acoustique, on va vous parler des produits qui généralement sont presque tous toxiques ou dont les procédés chimiques sont irréversibles. Pour ne pas faire de mauvaise publicité, je n'en citerai aucun. Mais on peut utiliser des matériaux réversibles, tissables, qu'on peut récupérer de l'agriculture ou d'autres systèmes. Grâce encore à la technologie, on peut avoir ce qu'on appelle les points de réverbération. Quand on parle dans l'écho, frappe certains points spécifiques, on peut les identifier. Et placer des paniers selon la forme appropriée pour réfléchir le son comme il faut et avoir une acoustique appropriée. Là, il s'agit d'une salle à double pot, bambou, terre, et où l'acoustique se passe principalement au niveau du plafond.
C'est le même principe ici, c'est le même projet, c'est pour le même organisme, il s'agit de AFECAM. Là, c'est le bâtiment de Bafia, l'autre c'était celui de Yaoundé. Là, il s'agit de LMPC, c'est un complexe multifonctionnel qui sera construit en Bancomo. Une fois de plus, on utilise le rooftop. Quand on analyse souvent les coûts de nos toitures et tout, on se dit que c'est pas plus grave, c'est pas bien grave d'utiliser une dalle, c'est un peu plus coûteux à utiliser, à traiter, à entretenir, mais c'est plus rentable si ça c'est un but mercantile. Et quand tu réussis à démontrer au client par les chiffres qu'il va gagner plus d'argent, à partir de ce moment-là, vous n'avez plus de problème. L'enveloppe est totalement faite de bambou, comme on peut le constater, ce qui permet bambou, ombrage, plantes, microclimat, terre, isolation, de créer un bâtiment totalement frais et économique. On a fait une projection des factures de chauffage, de climatisation, parce qu'il voulait quand même un truc d'un certain standing, sur 50 ans. C'est ce qui l'a convaincu d'accepter tout ça. Sinon, il aurait pris une façade classique. Mais comme il a bien l'intention de gérer son bâtiment au moins pendant 50 ans, il a préféré cette approche-là et qui donne donc une signature et une identité même qu'on peut intégrer dans nos milieux. Et sachez que le bambou peut faire facilement 100 ans quand bien traité, c'est-à-dire laver, tremper, traiter, et ensuite manutentionner de façon appropriée. Là, il s'agit d'un projet qui verra le jour bientôt à l'avenue Kennedy et qui a été savamment présenté ici hier. Il s'agit de démocratiser l'usage du bambou et ainsi de suite. Donc ça, ces différents projets, celui-ci est en construction actuellement. On est en phase de fondation qui sont en train de finir. Une fois de plus, tout est simulé. On utilise le design pour accompagner la technologie et la capacité à interpréter le besoin. Si ça s'apprend en école d'architecture. Donc, ça permet de travailler toutes ces façades ici pour améliorer le confort, l'esthétique, ce qui fait que vous verrez rarement des voûtes. Parce que je veux souvent poser la question, moi est-ce que, je sais pas, il y a une prescription du psychologue qui dit qu'il a besoin de voûtes chez lui, sinon il ne se sent pas bien. Il y a un truc que l'architecte doit analyser. Si tu veux la voûte, on la fait en pierre, parce que ça a été fait en pierre à la base, parce que les pierres ne peuvent pas tenir verticalement sans appareillage. Par contre, le béton peut tenir, donc pourquoi faire un nouveau? L'idée, c'est donc de se poser toujours les questions sur la matière. Je pense qu'on peut aller très longtemps, mais je vais m'arrêter sur cette image-ci pour vous remercier de votre aimable attention et ravi de vous avoir présenté le passé de Chorus, car l'objectif à partir de cette conférence, c'est qu'on s'engage à aller vers plus de résilience, plus d'analyse. À vous voir, il n'y a véritablement pas de questions. Mais s'il y en avait, on est ouvert pour 5 minutes et enfin on va passer à la clôture. Magnifique. All right. Comment ça se passe à ces cérémonie de clôture? On va d'abord passer la parole. Non, il n'y en a pas. Il y a un gars qui a réussi à avoir une question. Donne-lui le micro, s'il te plaît. Tu peux venir poser ici, là. Prends le micro. Bon, vas-y. Prends le micro, là. C'est éteint.
Bonjour tout le monde. Ma question s'adresse au cofondateur de Chorus. Vous avez parlé des plateformes de simulation afin d'avoir les effets non seulement d'éclairage mais aussi des effets thermiques. Quelles sont ces plateformes et comment procédez-vous?
Je pense qu'on pourra en discuter plus tard et peut-être même créer un atelier d'utilisation de ces logiciels. Déjà à partir de Revit,
on a des extensions comme Solaris qui permettent d'analyser les déplacements du soleil. Grâce à la météo, par exemple, tu peux prendre les références EPW d'Insimalène pour connaître comment va se comporter le climat dans la ville de Yaoundé pendant le 10, au moins pendant l'année. À partir de là, tu peux dire que le mois le plus chaud, c'est tel mois. Donc, si je vais évaluer la chaleur, je prends les fichiers EPW de ce mois-là et j'intègre dans le soft. Il y a plusieurs, c'est pour ça que je ne vais pas les citer, parce que vous allez comprendre que le cadre n'est pas aussi indiqué. La publicité, voilà. Donc, d'autres questions, mais même Bella. Other questions? Ouais. Il n'y a pas de question. Même M. Nguemo, une contribution. Une contribution. Tu es très fait ça. Menace ton peu. Tu as 4 questions.
Merci de cette occasion pour me donner de contribuer un peu à cet atelier. Je n'ai pas assisté à toutes les présentations, mais celles auxquelles j'ai pu assister semblent très très intéressantes et semblent nous ramener sur des questions essentielles et même sur notre essence existentielle, si je peux dire comme ça. Donc, beaucoup d'idées qui ont été présentées sont novatrices et même un peu, il pourrait même être utopique si on n'arrive pas à accrocher ça sur des réalités concrètes. Heureusement que le dernier présentateur a pu nous montrer quand même quelques projets réels sur lesquels il applique déjà ces concepts qui semblent un peu utopiques pour l'instant. Moi-même, je suis architecte urbaniste de formation, donc pour beaucoup de ces concepts ne m'échappent pas et ne me surprennent pas. C'est pour ça que je n'ai pas souhaité a priori poser beaucoup de questions, mais pour peut-être mieux marquer le coup et faire entrer dans la tête des uns et des autres la réalité de ce qui est. Et j'aimerais quand même que le présentateur revienne un peu sur le côté opérationnel de ce qu'il fait, c'est-à-dire que comment on part du concept à la réalité. Moi, je suis un professionnel, je suis sur le terrain, je connais très bien les aléas, il y en a énormément. L'un des premiers, c'est vraiment amener les exécutants que nous connaissons, qui ne sortent pas toujours des grandes écoles, les maçons qui sont bon marché, qui font des maisons au quotidien. Très peu sont capables de comprendre un plan déjà dessiné et coté, les amener vers des notions d'économie d'énergie, de travail du bambou avec des calculs d'ensoleillement, de ventilation, l'appareil de logiciel de calcul de la course du soleil et autres, de changement du climat au cours de l'année. Je me demande si même nos ingénieurs au quotidien peuvent s'y coller. J'aimerais vraiment que le présentateur revienne un peu sur comment il imagine, comment il entrevoit ces changements-là. C'est vrai que ce n'est pas une question qui relève simplement de l'architecture, ça relève de beaucoup d'autres domaines, même les politiciens ont leur carte à jouer, mais j'aimerais vraiment peut-être qu'ils reviennent un peu dessus pour que les uns et les autres rentrent avec des idées plus claires et plus ancrées dans nos réalités. Merci.
Vous savez, on reste un étudiant devant son professeur jusqu'à la gare, comme on dirait au Cameroun. Donc, et la pédagogie a le mérite d'avoir recours à la précision. Plus simplement, l'idée, c'est déjà d'avoir des professionnels qui savent interpréter le langage du domaine. Mais ça, c'est l'idéal. À cela ne tienne, jusqu'à présent, la faisabilité fait partie intégrale des projets parce que ça prend encore le volet social. Et on va se rendre compte que toutes les propositions qu'on fait, on s'assure que le niveau technique existant dans le contexte dans lequel on va l'appliquer permet de réaliser. Il y a donc une éducation à faire qui est transiter de la routine à un peu d'observation. Dans ce cadre-là, nous, on a mis sur place, et ce sera opérationnel bientôt, un CFP, Centre de formation professionnelle, dans lequel on forme déjà pour Chorus, et peut-être pour ceux qui en auront besoin plus tard, les professionnels à maîtriser les techniques basiques qu'on utilise et qui doivent être utilisées dans chaque projet. Et grâce à la simulation, c'est-à-dire à la 3D,
à laquelle ils ne sont pas habitués, mais ils sont habitués à l'interface qui est l'écran, ils peuvent prévisualiser ce qu'ils sont censés réaliser. Je vais inviter, comme le docteur Moudjo disait, les architectes à plus de rigueur dans la production de leurs éléments. Par exemple, si tu veux modifier, tu veux faire une façade en bambou comme celle-là, tu vas devoir dessiner tous les détails, tous les assemblages. Et penser aussi à l'ouvrabilité. On dit que la standardisation n'est pas très appropriée, mais il faut maximiser l'opportunité pour qu'il y ait un minimum de recours à une imagination autre pendant la mise en œuvre. Donc, la simulation n'est pas le fait des techniciens. L'analyse de tous ces éléments-là ne leur est pas imposée. Ils n'ont même pas besoin de comprendre. L'objectif, c'est que les éléments finis qui doivent être mis en œuvre puissent être perceptibles par eux. Et c'est l'un de nos défis. Donc, j'invite les uns et les autres qui ont une expertise dans un domaine lié à la construction, à l'art et au recyclage principalement, de nous rejoindre dans cette aventure-là, qui est de former les professionnels de demain dans la transition écologique. Parce que s'ils ne se forment pas, ils seront remplacés par des imprimantes 3D et ça va accentuer les crises sécuritaires, les crises sanitaires, etc. Réagissez.
Oui, je disais, sur tous les projets que vous avez eu à présenter, combien ont déjà été livrés de 1 et s'il y en a déjà eu qui ont été livrés, quel est le pourcentage de la main-d'œuvre locale?
L'objectif, c'est 100% de main-d'œuvre locale, 100% de matériaux locaux. Ça, c'est l'objectif. Maintenant, on ne fait recours à l'exportation que quand c'est obligatoire. Pour ce qui est de ce qui a déjà été livré, dans le cadre de Chorus en tant que bureau d'études, aucun. Mais dans le cadre de BEA, qui est le bureau auquel j'appartenais avant la sermentation, il y a quelques bâtiments qui ont été livrés au niveau de Koutaba. Mais c'est le même principe que les projets de Francis Kéré. Donc, ce n'est pas une innovation extrême. Qu'à cela ne tienne, tu peux déjà visiter quelques-uns des chantiers de ces projets-là qui sont en cours. Et on espère d'ici 5 ans, comme on dit en anglais, we break ground. Parce que concevoir, c'est une chose, construire, c'est une autre. Et l'échelle est plus longue. Si on doit recourir à la main-d'œuvre locale comme tu demandes, ça doit prendre du temps. Et c'est face aux défis quotidiens que nous nous sommes dit qu'il faut créer un CFP pour former les artisans de demain. Ou d'aujourd'hui, parce que ceux de demain, ils vont peut-être maîtriser le codage. Puis, je tends la pêche à mon aîné qui était là tout à l'heure. On attend les opportunités de construire parce que, comme il a dit, ils sont sur le terrain, c'est eux qui décident. Bon, je vais faire la transition moi-même pour laisser souffler l'impresario de la journée qui a l'air. Et on applaudit pour elle. C'est pas évident. C'est pas évident de se tenir debout. Donc, on va inviter nos hôtes de cette année et qui sont, j'insiste en regardant la personne qui nous a oublié, nos partenaires, pour déjà vous accueillir une fois de plus et peut-être une surprise, qui sait.
Merci Cédric de me passer la parole. Bonsoir à tous. Je suis très heureuse de vous voir tous ici à l'intérieur de cette galerie d'art, au milieu de ces tableaux, de cette céramique. C'est un vrai plaisir parce que c'est la première fois, grâce à Chorus Architecture, que nous accueillons une initiative d'architectes au CIPCA, au Centre international pour le patrimoine culturel et artistique. Nous sommes spécialisés actuellement dans les arts visuels. Nous promouvons, nous questionnons, nous réfléchissons sur le patrimoine à partir des arts visuels, anciens et contemporains, autour de la question de la littérature orale, des archives, des langues camerounaises, africaines. Et il nous manquait une corde à notre arc, cette voie qui s'ouvre grâce au partenariat avec Chorus Architecture, grâce au partenariat avec Christol et avec Cédric, c'est toute leur équipe, et Loïc, que je n'oublie pas. Et donc, voilà, nous sommes très contents de savoir que vous êtes là, que vous êtes jeunes, plein d'énergie. Je considère Chorus Architecture non seulement comme une étude d'architecte, mais aussi comme un laboratoire, comme nous. Nous sommes en train d'expérimenter, nous créons des expériences qui rassemblent les gens, qui permettent qu'on se pose des questions tout en se centrant sur notre réel, notre histoire, de façon à pouvoir innover et apporter à tous ceux qui nous entourent. Les gens peuvent ne pas savoir en quoi consiste l'architecture, mais lorsqu'ils sont dans un espace, ils vont pouvoir toujours apprécier ou déprécier. C'est le cas pour l'œuvre d'art. Nous, on a l'expérience que des gens qui n'ont jamais vu, qui n'étaient jamais entrés dans des galeries d'art, entrent et réagissent très fortement. C'est-à-dire que ce sont des expériences humaines que nous proposons finalement, de manière à ce que nous grandissions tous vers une conscience supérieure de qui nous sommes, parce que c'est bien de savoir qui sont les autres. On travaille beaucoup à savoir qui sont les autres, hein. Ceux qui viennent de l'extérieur, ceux qui se trouvent là où on veut aller. Mais alors, qui sommes-nous, nous-mêmes? Nous-mêmes, on vient d'où et quelle était la vision de nos ancêtres? Est-ce que cette vision nous a été transmise? Est-ce qu'on s'intéresse à cette vision? Est-ce que finalement, nous ne sommes pas le rêve le plus fou de nos ancêtres? Moi, ce sont des questions qui m'intéressent et qui intéressent notre équipe. Nous avons Sho Azazou, ici présent, qui mène tambour battant le festival du conte Minkana depuis quelques années. Nous avons également Anne-Marie Amalti, qui est notre conservatrice du patrimoine et qui a été formée à l'école de Consamba en patrimoine. Donc les choses avancent et pour nous, vous voyez, la jeunesse des gens qui sont ici, ça signifie bien que le patrimoine, c'est le futur. Nous sommes en plein, nous nous projetons dans l'avenir. Et donc, merci beaucoup pour le faire depuis le domaine de l'architecture. Je tenais à vous dire, Christol, Cédric et votre équipe, que vous êtes les bienvenus. À vous dire que vous pouvez revenir quand vous voulez. J'espère que les idées, parce qu'on a toujours beaucoup d'idées, hein, quand on est dans les incubateurs comme nous, comme vous, les idées, ça fuse. J'espère que les idées que nous avons échangées lors de nos rencontres vont se réaliser. En tout cas, nous sommes là pour ça. S'il faut se mettre ensemble pour faire une initiative, nous sommes là dans la mesure de nos moyens. Donc, vous pouvez compter sur le CIPCA. Voilà, merci encore.
Je pense que la prochaine articulation, c'est déjà remercier les différents autres partenaires, notamment la Fondation Jacques Rougerie. Comme je l'ai dit, il y a les membership partnerships et les partenaires de soutien. Nous pouvons aussi penser à IT Africa, qui est une initiative à la italo-camerounaise africaine même, qui nous disons grandement merci pour les contributions qu'ils ont faites. So the next step is certifications. I don't know if Talom Tamo Ariel Naofel is here. C'est toujours très important dans son CV, mais comme toi, on doit te revoir. Donc, félicitations. Et on espère que les idées que tu as reçues aujourd'hui vont te faire changer les choses. Sogidjol Daniel Achille, il est là. Diambi Diassé Sosten, il est là. Bravo. Pour la patience. C'est pas un diplôme. Blague. Et voilà. Il y en a qui ne se retiennent pas pour ici, là, comme je disais, qu'on les laisse fouiller après. Fakira est là. C'est que Kelly Fakira. C'est bien, ça a pris un gars de Liban, un gars de TP, ingénieur, un gars de TP. Hein? Inke Rovanol. Ronoval. C'est Ronoval ou Rovanol? La caméra, c'est là. Ngoumeni Cédric Ulrich. J'ai besoin de quelqu'un. Dani vient un peu m'aider. Fanja David. Fanja David fait comment pour avoir des attestations? C'est un gars qui fait la fraude. Après Fanja David. Et où Kemde Idriss Junior? Hein? Oh, ouais. Vous viendrez prendre les chemises après, désolé. Ujanana Alida Sandra. Sandra. Le service non fait. Ah, je suis sauvé. Dit Dieu Bruni. La caméra, non, c'est un gars qui ne prend pas encore le contexte sanitaire. Il ne faut pas limiter. Beko Fangem Lionel Kevin. Dis l'architecte du soleil. Bon, Somme Guidjol n'est pas là. Je vous prierai de remettre les chemises aux uns et aux autres. Pour ceux qui n'ont pas eu les attestations en séance, vous les recevrez dans vos différents emails que vous avez communiqués par là. Et nous prions tous ceux qui ont reçu une attestation avec les responsables ici, car mon très cher artiste atypique, de venir prendre une photo commune. Non, vous placez, vous regardez comme ça. Hein? Non, ceux qui ont leur attestation, même les autres, c'est pas un souci. Oui, les cas.